To order at 7 o'clock. I'd like to inform all board member attendees that this meeting is being live streamed and archived for access at any time by our community members on the internet within 24 to 48 hours of the meeting's conclusion, and will rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mrs. Sturgill's on vacation today, so we've got Mrs. Pavlak with the roll call.
Okay, Shauna.
Here.
Meg.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Aaron.
Here.
Pedro.
Here.
Teresa.
Here.
And myself, Gail. All here.
All right. Thank you. So with seven members present, we do have a quorum. Would anyone like to move something? I'm not sure what you could move. I guess we don't have consent. So we will skip over that. We'll approve the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And a roll call.
Mrs. Junk.
Aye.
Mr. Carey.
Aye.
Mr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Rivas.
Aye.
Mrs. Farber.
Aye.
Mrs. Witt.
Aye.
And Mrs. Pavlik. Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. So I don't believe there are any board or superintendent salutes, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we'll move on to public comment. The board values public input to inform our decision-making and to provide information and insight into what is happening throughout the district. Board meetings are held to conduct the business of the Board of Education and are required by law to take place in public. However, they're not public forums. We use this public comment section as an opportunity to listen to our stakeholders. For that reason, the board does not enter into debate or respond to questions spontaneously or without proper investigation and deliberation. In most cases, concerns or questions requiring follow-up will be referred to the superintendent. Due to COVID-19, the Board of Education meeting this evening is virtual. Those wishing to comment were instructed to email Dr. Todd Layden, the superintendent, by today at 3 p.m. Dr. Layden will read those public comments aloud. You are encouraged to seek a private appointment to discuss matters concerning individual students or staff members. Dr. Layden.
Yes, I do have two of them. I'll go ahead and read those both from emails that I did receive. The first one is from Matt Brennan, parent from Sugar Grove, Illinois. As the state makes the decision to reopen schools for the fall, I certainly don't envy your position. The administration is faced with making many impossible decisions that are likely to upset a great deal of families. Parents are torn between some sense of normalcy with a classroom education and keeping their children safe. I have several questions about the model presented. However, I feel like it's a thorough explanation of the plan, but it leaves some holes in how you plan to keep everyone safe within your care. I understand the board members cannot reply during public comment, but I do think that these questions deserve public answers in some form. As you read the remaining questions below, my underlying question is this: why did you opt out of some sort of a choice model? Why can't parents who simply don't wish to subject their children to this level of exposure keep their children at home? This would free up space and opportunity for those looking for a more intensive school experience, making it safer for everyone involved. I would think that your 50-50 split on survey results may indicate an ability for this to work. Questions for Kaneland School Board members and administration. What is the plan when and if a student contracts COVID? What happens if there is an outbreak within the community or within a specific building? What happens if a teacher is exposed and or sick? Do they quarantine for 14 days or risk spreading the virus? Same question for students. If a classmate is sick, will the rest of the class be forced to quarantine or stay put in the classroom? Has anything been done to gauge the interest and willingness of substitute teachers to partake in this environment? Or are we facing a shortage? Was there ever a consideration about reducing the number of students on a bus so they can properly social distance? I know the 49 number listed is probably to keep it as a group of less than 50, but will they still likely be within 6 feet if the number is that high? When and where will mask breaks take place? Will they be outdoors with kids safely spaced, or will they take place indoors? What are the guidelines for these? What happens when a child is sick or forced to miss a day of their rotation, will they be able to get the necessary work and make up assignments? Can we trust parents to self-certify with integrity? Parents may not be able to miss work, or they may have limited daycare options. What happens and what is the process if a child is found to have a fever or show the symptoms during the day? Are there any changes being made to the HVAC system to improve the air quality within classrooms? What type of enhanced cleaning will be taking place within the buildings? Please specify. The plan alludes to lunch and recess taking place. It mentions making tables to keep students 6 feet apart. Would it be easier simply to have them eat at their classroom desk? And what measures will be taken to keep socially distanced recess if that's the case? What other models were evaluated and why did you choose this one? What will be the process for parents who wish to secure a medical exemption for their child? Will a child with a medical exception be allowed to return once a vaccine or more effective treatments are in place? What types of resources will be available for kids with the exception? What does that plan look like? Can a child with asthma wear a face shield instead of a mask? They can cover more children from touching their faces and aren't as restrictive with airflow. It appears that Batavia, West Aurora, Yorkville, and potentially other nearby districts who wish to continue remote education will have that opportunity. Was giving parents who don't wish to expose their child to this level a risk considered? Why or why not? If Illinois is reset to phase 2 or 3, what will that look like? And the last question, why wasn't a choice model considered? As I stated above, I do not envy your impossible position. I just feel that there might be an ability to better accommodate families with varying level of needs. Why wasn't that opportunity taken? That is the first one. Second public comment. It doesn't indicate, let me look at the bottom. It doesn't, if it's a parent or not, but the name is Brandon Brock, B-R-A-C-H. Public comment, July 30. While I understand the difficult decisions that are being made, I'm quite disappointed that the administration chose to not put any of the questions to a vote by the school board. I'm in strong disagreement with the hybrid model. Working families have already felt the brunt of the shutdown, and now we're being asked to sacrifice yet again. Most families cannot afford the added cost of daycare for this hybrid model. We should have been given the option like Batavia schools. Our students are going to suffer greatly from this, and I urge the decision makers to please reconsider and allow for parents to make the choice whether or not to send their students to school full time. I don't want my children to fall further behind than the peers in the neighboring districts. Brandon, I apologize again, but I believe it's Brock, B-R-A-C-H. Those are the two public comments, President Sparber.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned, we don't have a consent agenda, so we'll move on to new business. So that's J1, review of the Kaneland Return to Learn plan, and I'll pass it back to you, Dr. Layden.
Yes, thank you. As you see in the Zoom meeting and the Zoom attendees, we do have the entirety of the cabinet members. And as we typically do when we share a district-wide initiative such as this or our Kaneland Connects strategic plan, we'll have cabinet members share their respective areas. And in addition to that, because of the number of questions and the topics that we received in the areas of athletics, you will see that Mr. Rollman, the activities director and athletic director at Kaneland High School, has joined the meeting. But before going into the plan details, as you'll see that Mr. Wolf has posted, I want to thank our community members for the number of emails and communication that we've received over the last 2 weeks, specifically since Thursday, since this plan was posted as part of the board packet. We have received, I know both Shauna, the board, or President Sparber, the board, and myself and other administrators, probably close to 200 emails, a lot like our public comment with a number of questions. So again, thank you to our community members for posing those questions. You will see that tonight's plan is an exhaustive plan that covers the critical safety components that make up one of the two priorities, and the other component, which is the rigorous learning environment. So as we rotate through our slides, we will share, you'll see the bullet points, and typically you don't read from bullet points or share direct items that are listed, but for the sake of tonight, we probably will share more of those details. In addition to what you see on the bullet points, we will also share other details that have been other questions that have been posed that are similar to what you'll see in the bullet points. So again, one other note that I will share as part of the updates, back in March when we first had the remote learning school closure, we put on our Kaneland.org website under the COVID-19 link a series of FAQs, series of hand washing, best practices, other contact information, and we again are in the process of updating that, cleaning out some of the information from the spring, and added all of our new fall materials for our return to learn plan. So with that, if you would please, Mr. Wolf, if you can go ahead and advance it to the first slide. One of the first things that I'll talk about over the next 2 slides is the timeline in which we initiated this process. As you know, if you followed closely the Restore Illinois plan from our governor, and then also the State Board of Education and the Illinois Department of Public Health, a lot of the guidance that we received was later in June. So part of what we started with was a survey to parents back in the spring to close out remote learning. Wanted to see from our students, staff, and parents their thoughts on remote learning, their experiences. Therefore, if and when there's a resurgence of cases, or we do have to go back to a phase lower than phase 4, either phases 2 or 3, and back to remote learning, you will see a different remote learning experience than what we had in the spring. So you'll see on this second bullet point there that as we started to accumulate our information, our models from various opportunities for student learning in the fall, there were 18 models that we vetted, 18 models that we explored, and through articles, through other states, other districts, ideas that other districts and other states were utilizing. And as we looked at those 18, each of our steps, we included our Kaneland Education Association with their exec board team, or a portion of their exec board or leadership team, as we first started the AB plan, and then after June 23rd, explored the full capacity model, and then now back to the AB model. We have regularly been in contact with our KEA, and also you'll see that our SPEAK members and also a parent survey of over 2,500 parents gave us feedback on planning for the summer and for the fall. So as we reviewed all of the plans, we did narrow it down to 3 models, discussed those 3 models, and then talked with KEA and our SPEAK Association administrators to get feedback on which of those models is most viable. As part of looking at those, we did walk our buildings. I didn't personally, but a number of our staff members and administrators and cabinet members walked each of our buildings to look to see what we can do, how many students we can get safely, and practicing social distancing in each of our classrooms, in our cafeterias, gymnasiums, auditoriums, and those areas. So as we did that, Mr. Wolf, you can move to the next slide, please. One of the things we did, we looked at what materials we would need to support the model that is presented and recommended to our Board of Education. And then with the AB model that you'll see in here, learn a great deal of details here shortly. Final community survey and KEA feedback and SPEAK feedback was gained to see what gaps are in the plan, what we can still learn from, and what we still need to get better at. So as you'll see, even with this plan reviewed, even with the questions that have been posed, this presentation tonight will answer a number of those questions, but there are still specific questions that parents have had that I've received, and I know our board has received, that will need individual attention. So I'm asking our parents and staff members, if there are questions tonight at the conclusion of the presentation that are still outstanding, please contact your school administrators, or please resend your questions, and we'll continue to provide FAQs and more information following to our families and to our parents. Then as we moved into July, last week we did finalize the recommendation for the AB model that will be presented here tonight. And we did receive communication, as I shared, from a number of community members. And the other item to note that I think our board would appreciate hearing, and our parents would and staff would appreciate hearing, that the feedback we did receive is varied and at times challenging because the feedback is diametrically opposed from those that want on-site all of the time, that don't believe masks should be worn or applied to students at all. And then to the other side of it should be full remote all the time for everybody. And so as we continue to investigate and balance those models, you will see again here over the next little while, the recommendation that we do have for our plan. So Mr. Wolf, you can advance that again. Some of the factors that we looked at that are specific to Kaneland that are different than other districts. And I do want to share a note of appreciation to other districts. I know that we've had a series of meetings with our King County superintendents. I know they're hard at work in their communities and staffs are hard at work creating their plans also. So what makes Kaneland different and unique as we investigated a series of options. We are geographically large. We are one of the largest districts in the state. So busing and transportation is a factor for us that may not have the same factor or importance for other districts in their final decision making. We do have where our high school and middle schools are located, we have very few walkers. And so transportation is a driver, not the primary driver, but a driver for the district. In addition to feedback from our Kaneland Education Association, as you'll see, I believe in the next slide, we did get survey results from our Kaneland Education Association and also feedback from SPEAK. But please know that as we've talked with both our teachers and our support staff and the entire district, all of our staff strongly favor on-site when phase 5 hits. Our teachers missed our students greatly. Our staff missed our students greatly in the spring. So when we can get safely on-site with a vaccine or cases are limited, completely eliminated, we do look forward to phase 5. So our teachers and support staff wanted me to share that they are looking forward to seeing students and would most definitely prefer on-site when we can do that in a safer manner. As I shared earlier, we did have 18 options that were vetted down to 3 and then down to 1 that were specific to Kaneland and our needs. Mr. Wolf, you can forward that. Our data was interesting from our survey results. I was frankly, to some degree, surprised with our data because as we finished up the school year, saw staff members, saw parents, saw community members. I'd heard from the majority of them anecdotally, they can't wait to get back to school full time. They can't wait to get back and see their teachers. They can't wait to get back on site. But as the guidance was shared and also as cases have, I think right now, cases are on the increase in 43 states countrywide or nationwide. So I think as parents shared that with me, back in the spring, a number of dynamics have changed from the spring until now. So as you see, just above half elementary and below half at 46% had hoped for full capacity in the survey. And then the information is broken out, added with hybrid and online together. We did that for ease of this slide, but please also know that we do have the full survey results. And at the conclusion of this meeting, or first thing tomorrow morning, that the survey results will be posted. We do want our parents, as they took a lot of time, over 2,500 to fill out the survey, for all of our parents, community members, and teachers to see the full survey results. So that will also be on the kaneland.org website tomorrow and under the COVID-19 link. The staff survey data, as you can see, a large percent, 72%, that is a 7, kind of a fancy 7, but hope for the hybrid or online model. And that was not just, I know there's some feedback that we received based on this data, but please know that that data is not just staff thinking about themselves or administrators or teachers. There's also a great deal of compassion and care for our students where they truly want what's safe and best for our students. So that information is both a combination of for their own safety, the safety of their families, and also our students, the priority of thinking about our students and their safety in a socially distant environment in our school district. Mr. Wolf? Before I transition to another slide, you'll see in a couple slides, our Directors of Ed Services, Dr. Sarah Mumm and Mr. Raleigh will take over from that point. And again, based on the number of emails that we received, as each of our presenters tonight, all the way through cabinet members and Mr. Rollman from the high school, please be sure to introduce yourself, because my guess is tonight we probably have new attendees or new viewers that haven't attended in the past. And if they do need to reach out for specific questions in specific areas, it's always great to put a name with a face for contact information. You'll also see as this presentation progresses where there is latitude for the district to make decisions and where there are requirements. A number of the information that I received about from some staff members and from some students and family members that wanted to be on site all of the time. Some of the angst, and you'll also see in the survey that the highest complicating factor for students to return back to school are masks. And please know that based on the State Board of Education and the Illinois Department of Public Health, that masks are required to be worn at all times, from the bus to in school to outside of school, other than lunch. So again, that is not something that we have the freedom or the leniency to have flexibility with that. There are a few provisions in which shields may be worn by staff and students. And I can't remember if it's Dr. Atkins or Directors of Ed Services, but they will get into more of those details a little bit later in the slides. I know Dr. Fuchs today, Associate Superintendent for Business and Operations, met with our cleaning company, our cleaning vendors, to look at updating cleaning routines, what that will look like different now, and how it will be changed to accommodate COVID-19 and our return to learn. Also, you'll see as part of the purposeful and specific hygiene practices, there are a series of videos and information packets we will be sending to parents. We will be providing to parents brochures and videos on what it's going to look like here in the school district. There'll also be videos what the floor is going to look like with arrows and directionals like all of us see when we go shopping, grocery stores, and out, for those of you that have ventured out. And we also will have purposeful and increased specific hygiene practices, which include hand washing, the required mask wearing, and hand sanitizers in each building and regularly and routinely placed throughout the building, each of the buildings. And then the social distancing guidelines, as you have probably seen and heard over the last couple of months, the 6 foot with a mask is, again, I have received information from parents and staff members that applaud us for that, and others that believe that based on other articles that they've shared and information that they have, that it's something that should not be followed that closely, and still families advocating for the full return to school, the full capacity model. So one of the things I do want to share before we move on slide-wise, one of our goals is to, as we talked about, student and staff safety. In addition is the rigorous learning experience. Part of that is keeping our students healthy and safety and at school. So one of the things I want to share is some information from page 31 from the, let's see which phase it was, excuse me, the part 3 transition to school, the joint guidance. One of the things, as far as this will answer a number of questions, I believe, from parents and staff members and administrators. One of the things we want to do is mitigate the loss of students attending school, whether it's on their A day or their B day or their rotational Wednesday. One of the sentences that really resonated with us was that close contact, as far as trying to determine staff members that might need to quarantine, students or administrators, or volunteers that might need to quarantine. One of the things that we looked at was the sentence that was close contact means the individual was within 6 feet of the individual with symptoms for more than 15 minutes. So again, a driving factor for our recommendation for the AB model is with the AB model, we'll have fewer students on site, fewer students in hallways and cafeterias, bathrooms, in classrooms, so that way we can try to keep all of our students to the greatest extent possible 6 feet apart for as much time as possible. So when we do have an illness, a confirmed case or illness or a family member, and we do need to quarantine or look at contact tracing options, that as we keep our students with masks on 6 feet or more apart, there will be fewer students that we will have to exclude and more students that can routinely come back to school. So as I get ready to transition to directors of ed services, board members, or either questions from board members that we can answer, and or are there any other points from other cabinet members or Mr. Rollman that you can share or would like to share on the topics that I've discussed?
Dr. Layden, first.
Just kind of, go ahead, Teresa. So the format for tonight is every section take questions. I know board members also submitted some questions to you all in advance, but is that kind of the thinking? Is that what's best?
Yeah, I think it might be easiest if we do it by sections. That way, for those that are either viewing or want to come in and view it another time, I think they'll have the opportunity to find it quicker within the video underneath each of the sections. So under the timeline or the survey or the student and staff safety that board members have questions on, please feel free to ask those questions now and we can address those.
Gotcha. Teresa, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. Can you explain, just for the sake of the community members, how with 200 emails received that there were only 2 read in public comment? Can you explain the difference between that? Just, there's some question as, sorry, I'm watching on social media and I noticed that there's a big question about that. Why if we received so many emails were there only 2 read? And there's a good reason for that. So I thought maybe if you explained it, it would help.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Mrs. Witt. A public comment for a school board or a board of education is technical to the meeting. So it's not just a public comment that somebody shares. There is the process, as you can see on the agenda, and it's part of every one of our agendas, and it's either in 1 or 2 places at every board meeting, where if somebody wants to have a public comment, generally on during insight or on-site meetings, a person would come to the meeting and share the comment at that time. And as is the board's practice, we don't comment at that time. We take in the information, and then we have an appropriate staff member, cabinet member, administrator reply. So public comments that were shared to us, the number of emails that we received, we have read all of those. We're in the process of reading those. And I did late Thursday start replying back. So some of the families did get a response from me and from President Sparber in many instances, but as they just, the number grew too quickly. So please know that if you did submit questions, we will go through tonight each of these areas, answer as many questions as we can. And again, if there are questions that are still outstanding, that are general questions or specific questions, please continue to submit those, and we will update on our COVID-19 link those responses, and also reply back to specific questions that parents might have regarding their student or their experiences directly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Move on.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf, can you go ahead and please move the slide forward?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, sorry, Ryan. Yep.
Okay. I had a couple questions for this
Awesome.
part. The board, the administration and or the Board of Education for Kaneland is required by, is it law to follow the mandates that we're getting from the health department and the school, Illinois School Board?
Yes, good question. There are, as I shared within the guidelines, there are recommendations and there are mandated requirements. And I know the mask is an important one, and that's a big one, as again, on the survey that you'll be able to see the results tomorrow. The biggest factor about returning to school was the requirement to wear masks. So yes, within the guidance from the state and also legally vetted from our district legal counsel, there are requirements that we are required to follow. And I think the mask is the biggest question, and the mask is one of those that we are required to follow.
All right, so we have no input, board or administration, as to what those, I think there were 5 points, weren't there? One was social distancing, one was the mask, and I don't remember the other 3 that were mandatory.
Yes, there were those, the mask being one of them. The one that there is some flexibility built in is the social distancing. And I believe the exact language is social distancing to the greatest extent observed. And so based on that guidance did come out. Good question, Mr. Carey. That guidance did come out on January 23rd. And as part of that guidance at the June 29th meeting, when we presented both the AB option and a full capacity option, we did look at that language, and it does allow for a greater flexibility in that social distancing guideline. But again, as we looked at our building and we started looking at lunches, we started looking at schedules, we started looking at contact tracing, we still felt it was in the best interest of our school district to recommend and go with the AB model for this fall.
So just to carry that one step further, I think you already know the answer, but if we ignore the state's mandates, we're getting into dangerous territory legally?
Yes, the liability of not following the state mandate, we would be out of compliance and therefore could potentially be held liable on a number of different factors. And I know that people have said it's because of state dollars or federal dollars. Those aren't factors in the case at this time. It's more the liability of following the guidelines that have been laid out for us. And those guidelines that are part of the documents that are guiding our decisions are for all PK-12 private and public schools. So the flexibility therein, you'll see different districts do different practices and have different templates probably, but what you won't see is the flexibility on some of those initial guidelines that you talked about, Mr. Carey.
Okay. If parents in the district aren't happy with what the state's telling us that we have to do, who do they contact? I mean, they can talk to us, but that doesn't, we don't have power to change what the state does. Who would they speak to? Email?
Yeah, the State Board of Education and the Illinois Department of Public Health, I'm sure they have probably both of those entities that are providing the joint guidance for us have also, I'm sure probably have heard from a number of parents and educators clarifying questions, but that would be the prudent path to try to contact somebody at the State Board or the Illinois Department of Public Health. And that does remind me, Mr. Carey, one other point of clarification I wanted to share tonight, that as part of this plan, one of our requirements is to submit our plan to the Regional Office of Education, our county superintendent, Mrs. Pat Del Santo. So we have done that. We have submitted it to her. We have submitted it to the Illinois Department of Public Health and also through our legal guidance, our legal district legal counsel. And our plan has been approved as created for tonight in the AB model. So if there are questions about viability and the legality of it, it has been thoroughly vetted from the Regional Office of Education, Department of Public Health, and also our district legal counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I am Dr. Sarah Mumm, the Director of Educational Service, Early Childhood through 5th grade. And so myself and Mr. Rowley will be taking the next set of section that really deals with the structure of learning and teaching, and then also the process of exemptions, expectations, and curriculum compacting. Like Dr. Layden said, we vetted many options and we were looking for the option that met the ISBE guidelines and recommendations as fully as we could. Those recommendations did include having 50 or less people within one learning space. So when we look at, like Dr. Layden said, if someone was to contract the virus, having a space set apart so that they could be as much of the learning day as possible, 6 feet apart, and making sure that you limit your spaces to 50, as well as really looking at the ability to wear face masks and then face shields we'll talk about when they are allowable in this part of the plan. In the AB model, based on the data that we had from both staff and parents, we would be able to have classrooms set up where they will have 6 feet distance during their learning spaces, where they're there for larger amount of times, more than that 15 minutes. That would include also lunch areas. We'll be able to space lunch areas and have the students 6 feet apart for a large portion of their day. In other models that we looked at, like full capacity or different models, that 6 feet apart was very limited. Even if you gave the choice option to parents, if you had 50% choose full capacity, like we saw in some of the surveys, and then some parents that wanted hybrid also choose to come, then you're closer to 60, 70%. And that 6 feet distance is not possible in the learning spaces. And so we really felt that AB model really protects our students first and foremost, our staff that are working with them, and also provides an opportunity for face-to-face crucial learning with online application, which we'll talk about. The face-to-face AB learning model is built, we have reviewed kind of our alphabet pairing. We want to make sure that siblings are going to school on the same day so that a family structure can be guided around what siblings do. And so we looked at different models that split students by the level they were in school, if they were first versus third, or junior versus sophomore, or an AP student versus a Fox Valley student. And so we looked at a bunch of different categories and subgroups that we could look at. And the best possible structure that we felt really supported the family being able to make family decisions is to have all the siblings with the same last names attending the same days. And so we have chosen, based on our attendance and enrollment, the AK students will be attending Monday and Thursday, and then the LZ students will be attending face-to-face instruction on Tuesdays and Fridays, and Wednesdays will be in every other. When we have Monday school holidays, we will make up for that missed holiday by using that rotating Wednesday day. There is a calendar laid out between now and parent conferences, which is the first week of November, that I would encourage every parent, every family, print it off, highlight it, hang it on the refrigerator so that you definitely know which days you are attending and which Wednesdays are your rotation days. We also will have the capacity within our learning with this process on all of the days of the school week will be around 50% by making the split. We will have in some cases where one section maybe of a certain grade level at a certain school is slightly off from 50% just due to having more A through K students or L through Z students. And so we'll talk about those exceptions in a couple slides. You can go ahead, Tim, and forward it. The process of this plan is really to provide as much face-to-face and within a 2-week period as we can. I know the question has come up, could we videotape or live stream a lesson out into the home? But teaching is no longer really a kind of legacy or lecture base where I stand in front like we're doing now and project out a message. It's very discussion based. It's project based. We've talked a lot about the learning continuum of pulling small groups and having differentiation, of having one-on-one conversations. And so just to live stream a classroom is not giving you the instructional basis that you need for that lesson of the day. If I'm at home watching, I would only be hearing the teacher and not hearing the other students' discourse and conversation. And part of the learning isn't just hearing the teacher speak, but it's hearing your peers speak. And so that's why we really strongly felt as a district, curriculum compacting is really the answer for our face-to-face versus just live streaming the learning out to students. Students will be assigned after their face-to-face day application projects. They could be projects that are completed in their online day the next day or over the course of possibly 2 online days, depending on the depth of project. Some of it will be rote practice, could be some math work, some multiplication. We will be giving students at the end of their face-to-face session the materials needed to do that. Students may have during their online day a small group check-in. We do have some staff members, both certified and non-certified, that depending on who is in face-to-face on any given day, they will have blocks of time that they will be engaging with online students as well as part of the support and the help. We will also have some capability that if we recognize a student learning need and they may need more detailed interaction with a teacher in order to do application, we'll make sure on that online day that they have a check-in person or check-in peer group to be able to assist them. Classrooms will be organized, and we have walked the classrooms, and we have created videos for our staff already that will be going out later this week of how to organize your classroom. We do have 2 color tapes, a red tape and a yellow tape, that will indicate for students where they can be seated and kind of give them their given space to remain in for the learning experiences until they're called to a different learning space. We are looking at how we can remove some furniture from the classroom in order to really allow the most 6 feet apart learning spaces as possible. And so all of that, a parent and community video will also be shared that will give all the families a virtual tour of what the classrooms will look like and to know where to sit, where not to sit, and how supplies can be organized accordingly. We will have students wear the face mask, as Dr. Layton had said. That was one of the non-negotiables within the ISBE guidelines. And the face covering is defined as face mask unless there is a small group exception in learning in which you need to see the facial expression or the formation of my mouth. For instance, if I was doing speech or a foreign language or maybe an early primary guided reading group and we were working on character expression, at that time the teacher may remove their mask and put on their face shield as well as the students. And so in certain small group instances and small learning instances, we will be providing a face shield in which the teacher can wear if it's just the teacher's face that needs to be recognized for the learning, or if it's both the student and the teacher, will provide the face shield for them so the teacher can see that they have formulated the phonemic, consonant vowel correctly if you need to be able to see the mouth formation as well. The teaching staff does have the option for that extra protection, of course. If they want to wear their face mask at times with the face shield, it just gives a layer of extra protection as well while they teach. And so they will have that option. Face shields will remain at school and put them into Ziploc baggies for our younger students. So we don't have the transportation of where is the shield? Is it broken? Was it on the bus? And so we'll have a whole lot of routines that we'll be sending out to students that may wear that shield more so than others. I believe Mr. Raleigh is going to go ahead and pick up with the expectations of face-to-face.
Hi, everybody. My name is Patrick Raleigh, and I'm the Director of Educational Services for our middle school and high school. And we're going to take a look at what exactly our expectations are for, first up, for face-to-face learning, and then on online learning days. We want to take a look at what those expectations are. I know there's been some talk about our spring remote learning, and we wanted to make sure that we thoroughly laid out what the expectations were, excuse me, because our fall of 2020 is going to look a little bit different in what the online application is versus what we have done in the spring with remote learning. So the first thing we want to talk about is what that typical schedule looks like, what that daily schedule looks like. We've looked at a couple plans that we just ran into too many logistical concerns with transportation and cleaning that looked at half-day rotations. So this face-to-face learning allows our students to have access to that rigorous instruction and be in front of our teachers for a full day. So their teachers, students, when they're attending face-to-face, they will be here for what amounts to their typical class schedule. Transportation will be as normal. And when they get into their classes, we'll talk a little bit about that is where we'll start to see some difference compared to pre-COVID, what the classroom structures and classroom lessons look like. But during the time when a student is attending face-to-face instruction, they are going to be receiving a compacted curriculum from the teachers. And we have a more detailed slide in here that we will get to, but essentially what a compacted curriculum looks at is as I lay out my lessons for a unit, my goal in this time period is to cover 2 lessons per face-to-face instructional period. So if I am attending twice that week, I should be able to cover or be exposed to 4 lessons. If I'm on that rotating Wednesday, then should cover typically 6 lessons. Where the difference in this then is that intensive instructional experience that Dr. Mumm had outlined previously, the student discourse, peer discussions, a lot of that rigorous learning experience should be happening in face-to-face. And then the application piece, the practice piece, the homework piece, that is what the students will be doing on their online days when they're off-site. Looking at the last bullet here of the clear expectations, we know this is going to be different. We know that students are going to be experiencing something they've never experienced before. So we want to make sure that we maximize their time when they are online. Again, being different than our remote days, students on the online, and we'll go over this in just a second, aren't going to have access to office hours or what they have experienced this past spring. So prior to going online, prior to going off-site, teachers are going to make sure that they're outlining clear expectations of what those application projects can be. And there's a variety of different things that we can do. We can do some flipped lessons. We could do some essentially like a pre-test or an entrance slip on that application day. So students are coming and teachers have some data prepared to really maximize that time when they are face-to-face. Tim, if you want to go to the next slide, please. Again, probably the biggest piece here and the difference between what we have experienced in the spring and that remote setting versus these online days. The online days is going to be independent application and practice from those students. So while students are at home, again, they're not going to have necessarily that access to their classroom teachers. As Dr. Mumm had said, we do have some RTI staff. We do have some support staff and related service staff that can reach out. They can do check-ins. They might be touching base, but essentially students are going to be doing this independently at home.
Do you want questions at the end of all of this? Because I've got a bunch along the way, or do you want to do it all at the end?
Do you want to wait till the curriculum section is over, which is just a couple more slides and kind of put them in? Because there may be a slide or two that might answer one of the other questions, but maybe not.
Okay.
For that online piece, a lot of the feedback that we've received in the spring and as we've crafted these plans has been to streamline our communication process. So our expectation is that the online work is going to be done through Canvas. I know teachers have a variety of different links, resources, websites that they use. Those are great resources. They're great tools and they're still applicable in these plans. But we want to do and what we have the capability of doing is putting those links into a Canvas module. So as a parent, if I have an elementary student, a middle school student, and a high school student, I know that I can access each of their Canvas pages and Canvas modules to have access to that information. And then the last part there is that the expectation for that online work is that this is getting done at home, and then they are coming to school with the completed work as necessary for their teacher. Tim, do you want to go on to that next one? Just a couple informational items here for parents. Our teachers, even though our students will be attending on alternate days, our teachers are going to be in the buildings Monday through Friday. So we wanted to make sure that we did call a little bit difference to that spring. In the spring, our teachers posted office hours, readily available to answer emails or questions that students may have. It's a little bit different here in the fall in that the teachers will be teaching. They'll have their full schedule and their full course load. So we are going to adhere to our typical expectation for any inquiries or questions posed to teachers. There's a 24-hour time period in which that teacher is expected to respond. If those happen to come on Friday afternoon, the expectation is that on Monday that teachers are responding back to parents. Again, speaking to Zoom meetings, synchronous or asynchronous meetings, students are not going to be taking part in live instruction. There's not going to be Zoom meetings on their online days. Again, as mentioned, teachers aren't there they have students in their classroom and they'll be attending to them. The only exception to this is students that as needed have RTI services, have related services, some special education sessions. Those will be thoroughly planned out and those will be scheduled ahead of time so students will know to anticipate those on their online days. They will have those sessions built in. The last bullet point here, knowing that we have a very diverse community, we have a wide range of things happening at home and parents' work schedules. So we want to make sure that and we'll talk a little bit here of what we're providing, but that online day is replicating the amount of work or typical amount of work of a school day, but it's not necessarily tied to a 7:30 to 2:30 time frame. We know that there's some families that are balancing the elementary student with the middle school student and the high school student. So there is some flexibility tied in there because we are not tied to a Zoom meeting or a synchronous live session. The expectation is that students are completing that work to the fullest extent possible, but they're doing it on a time frame that meets the needs of their family.
You can go on to the next slide, Tim. A few more slides that support really the focus of learning in the AB plan. The first one, there's 2 points that I want to point out from previous questions that are kind of fitting in this area. If a student would like to take a mask break, we will have the classroom set up where there will be an indoor, preferably by a window, mask break area that one student could go at a time, remove their mask, just take a few deep breaths, some calming, and then go ahead and put the mask back on before they enter back into the key learning space. Also outdoor, we will mark some spaces in which they can do that as well. One student at a time in those outdoor spaces as well, so that they can take the breaks from mask, as well as staff. Staff are going to need mask breaks as well. And so that will be part of the classroom learning setup and outdoor learning setup. If students are absent because they are ill from anything on some of their face-to-face days, the homework process will remain similar, where they can call the office, pick up homework later in the afternoon, or like Patrick said, with the use of one consistent learning management system, which is Canvas, you can hopefully access quite a bit of it in the evening on Canvas. It's not expected that the teacher posts it first thing in the morning because they want to post what they got through during the lesson. And so there may be some things on Canvas or that a parent could come and pick up so that they could work on it on their next day, which might be an application day. Of course, if you are sick, the expectation is that when you return to school, you can also get the homework as well. You don't have to obviously do the work while you are ill at home. To assist the process of learning, all students will have a type of device. Kindergarten and first grade will start the year with an iPad assigned to them. Kindergarten may not take that home for a few weeks until we set the expectations and routines and use of it. You may see some paper tools coming home at the beginning of kindergarten, but will have an iPad that they can access that will have all of the electronic links they need. I know some feedback from the spring was, I have IXL or iReady or MobiMax, and I don't know all the websites. All of the iPads have icons with the key apps that we use. And so younger students, such as the K-1 students, can take the iPad when we've set that expectation and routine home to have an easier transition to find the items that they need for learning. Second through third grade, very similarly to what we did in the spring, was issuing them a Chromebook that has the Kaneland launcher with all of the key apps on it. And then we'll also be having the capability of accessing Canvas for their main place to check for work. And then of course, as you all know, 4th through 12th grade, we do have the Chromebook purchased through their tech fee. And so they have their personal Chromebook that they have been working with. About 3 more slides that support learning, and then we'll look at questions for educational resource service.
This next slide here talks a little bit about Canvas. So our use of Canvas has been growing over the last couple of years. We've had some really good support with Faye Lakari and some coaches that have really dug deep into this. So excited to see the full potential of Canvas really come to life. It is our learning management system. It is a place where teachers create modules, learning modules, and you can see a couple bullet points down that these are accessible by parents. And what we want to do, again, from feedback from staff, from feedback from our community, we wanted to make sure that we started to streamline what that communication process is, but we also wanted to honor and respect a lot of the materials and resources that teachers have already created. So our expectation is that we are going to use Canvas as our one-stop shop moving forward. And all those resources, references, links, anything that students may not only be using in class during that face-to-face time, but when they're at home on that application piece as well. All of those are going to be linked or housed in Canvas. And essentially what that means is that my first thing that I'm going to do for online learning is I'm going to log into my Canvas, to the Canvas site, and my modules will come up for learning. And you can see there that they'll be invited. Students are invited to these modules. And then we are going to do some professional development and some videos and tips for parents on how to gain access to see those modules. There's some pairing codes that can be shared and some resources on how to really partner with your children at home so you can be a partner in their online journey and a partner in their online. We're going to make sure that our expectations for teachers are that they have a welcome module that is essentially housing class expectations, introduction to who the teacher is, kind of a getting to know you welcome module, and then that they have a learning module throughout each term, throughout each trimester, where these things are shared and housed. Tim, do you want to go on to the next slide here? So that focuses, again, Canvas is not only that online resource, but it is used in some of our classes on site as well and face-to-face. A big question coming out of this plan is, what is curriculum compacting? What does that look like? The tough question or the tough answer is that this is a new experience for all of it, for all of us, for all of our teachers, for all of our administrators, for all of our community. The good news is that though we haven't really called it curriculum compacting, we've been doing a lot of these 4 components that are going to help us transition into compacting our curriculum. So again, we are going to look at one of 2 things, either our set of reported standards, if our KLCs or our grade levels have those defined and written. If we don't have our reported standards, then we're going to be looking at our learning standards that we do use in our content. And then we're going to start to see where some of those connections can be made. We're looking at, again, how applicable are these learning standards? Do they transcend not just my class, but are they applicable to multiple content areas? Do they prepare me for the future? And we're really going to start to prioritize those standards in our teaching, and we're going to use those standards to then build our lessons that we're compacting for students while they are face-to-face. Our goal is to have two lessons taught in that face-to-face time, and then students will apply that information or practice that information when they are online. And this is a great opportunity for us to really focus in on those rigorous conversations, those rigorous expectations in our content area. Typically what could happen and how these 2 pieces are going to be separated, because I know some questions are, well, how do I find the time in my class period to teach 2 lessons if I only have 1 period to do so? And typically a class period is going to involve that face-to-face and that application piece. There's going to be some introduction lesson. There's going to be some discussion to begin with. And then there's going to be lessons that are taught. The application piece happens. Some of that application piece happens on site during that typical lesson. Sometimes there's an opportunity to look at homework. So we're trying to separate the application practice piece into the online days and really hit home that instructional piece, the academic discourse with from peer to peer and deep questions to be asking our teachers, and hoping that students are engaging in those types of discussions while they are face-to-face.
You can transition to the next slide and the last slide of kind of the model and the concept. During the next 5 weeks too, we are dedicating our resources to making sure our staff have some paid time to do that preparation. We're sending out a compacting video in this next week to our staff, and then through some federal grant funding, being able to do some paid hours so that they can look at what are my first couple modules and making sure I have the application online work planned. Do I want to do a video as a reminder posted? I can go ahead and create that this summer, and meeting with my grade level team to work on that compacting. And so that compacting curriculum starts, the end of this week all through August 12th. It's not something that we're expecting staff to do right when they come back August 10th. And so we're fortunate to have that federal funding through a grant to be able to make sure that start of the year, the compacting is done. The more we can communicate and post on Canvas about the focus areas of learning, the better. And then finally in this area, there of course are exceptions to the model. We have a variety of different exceptions for a variety of reasons. If you have an early childhood student, they will follow their typical model. They have typically under 15 students in a classroom and are able to socially distance. Space-wise, we're going to have a lot of routine setting and practice with our younger 3-4-year-olds, but we have the capability of bringing them in Monday through Thursday because their full roster is under a number that allows us to safely distance. We also have some special education programs such as our self-contained, our CCI program is an example, where the roster is under 15 already. And so they will also be coming every day of the week for their face-to-face instruction. If you are a family where you have a medical need within your family or for your child, and you want to request fully to be online, in the packet that comes out tomorrow morning to our community, there is a form that you may fill out for a medical exception to stay fully remote and not attend any of the face-to-face days. In that same token, we have some staff that will have some medical needs for themselves or someone in their family that would need that medical exception, and they may be teaching from home as well, and they have a process to fill out to let us know that. Also, we need to balance our classes so that we can socially distance, which is a key to our model. And so in some cases, either a family may have 2 last names living within the home. A family can make a request of which group A or B group to attend and have everyone that lives in the same home on the same day, even if their names were in 2 different cohorts. And administration is looking at the class list to see, are there some shifts that need to be done in order to truly balance the structure and makeup of the classroom? We're not only just looking at the numbers, but we're looking at the makeup of students, how many boys and girls in the classroom, interactions, those types of things. And so if there is a need, administration will contact a family and ask for an exception to move them to a different cohort. It would only be moving all siblings. There is no chance that you would have your elementary child move to B day and your high school student remain in A. You would have to move all siblings to shift it to the other cohort in order to make the best learning experience balances possible. And administration will be doing that up to the first week in August and making any contacts that are needed for that. With that being said, what questions do you have for the overall structure, curriculum, compacting, learning? Let's hear it.
You want to jump in, Ryan?
Sure. I guess I still don't understand why we're compacting lessons, cramming 2 days into one instead of just having the teachers have microphones and cameras in their classroom and doing a Zoom or something like that. So half the students show up in person and get their education, the other half watch online and they flip back and forth. I still can't comprehend why we're squeezing stuff in to 2 subjects or 2 lessons into one day and then expecting them to be able to. I'm not even sure what you're saying about homework. Are they going to have graded homework or I'm lost there too.
The first part of that question I can answer, then maybe Patrick, if you want to jump in on the homework and grading process that works as well. Learning is no longer just listening to a teacher talk. It has definitely shifted more into the interaction, the dialogue, the small group work, the discussion, the peer work. And in order to really get that experience in the lesson, you would have to have a microphone on every student within the room and a videographer almost that would follow and capture the learning. It is very rare that you walk into any classroom in many districts and see just the teacher up front talking for 40 minutes. If that was the case, like I can think of some college classes, if it was the case, then that live stream option becomes more of a viable option. Learning is done much more in the debate, the compare and contrast, and that really comes from the dialogue within students. Our fear of live streaming anything besides not quite having the equipment at this time, but from the learning aspect is that you would hear very minimally and miss a large portion of the lesson. And so I think there would be a kind of, when you came back face to face, If I only heard a third of the lesson, I haven't really heard much of the lesson at all. I rather take the time, go through the lessons. If we don't get 2 lessons in, we might get a lesson and a half of another one in that compacting process, because the 2 lessons pair together, and have that dialogue and conversation and have the face-to-face experience of learning the whole, versus trying to hear something remotely that I can't hear what, Johnny said, but the teacher's responding and I don't understand what they're responding to. That will become a very difficult learning experience.
And then to piggyback onto that piece for the homework piece, it's homework is not going to be graded in the sense of you go home, do 25 math problems, and you're going to get a 70% on it. Homework is going to be quote unquote graded through feedback that teachers give to students on that practice piece. So when I go home for my online learning, I'm going to take what came from that face-to-face session, and I'm going to start to practice that. And then when I go to my next on or face-to-face piece, I'm going to use that practice and conference with the teacher and talk about what did I do well, what errors did I make, or maybe it's not with that teacher, but part of what Dr. Mumm was talking about in part of the difficulty with that video piece is a lot of the growth and a lot of learning comes when students have those discussions together. So homework's not necessarily going to be graded as a percentage grade or a letter grade. It is going to be used to drive the feedback that a teacher provides to a student based on those reported standards or those targeted standards that we're going to be focusing on.
There is accountability, though, in that application work. When they return to that next face-to-face, that accountability of what you took away from the application is connected to that next face-to-face session. And so we heard that concern about remote learning. What is the accountability for my child to accomplish what's assigned? And with this model, and that's why we didn't choose an A week and a B week model, is because we wanted frequent accountability checks with face-to-face. And so if I am face-to-face on Monday, my online on Tuesday, when I come back, if I'm a rotating Wednesday or I come back on Thursday, my accountability check-in is right then. It's not a week from now or a month from now. It's what did you learn from the online application? Let's discuss it, share it with a peer, let's review, and then move into the connection to the next learning cycle.
Can I jump on to that same question? So it seems very contradictory to me that we're going to do 2 lessons in the span of 1, but we're also going to have time for interaction and small group and talking about homework. I really would love to hear how you're going to do both of those things.
Currently, in a typical content period at any one of the grade spans, you have that dialogue, you have that discourse, you have a lesson, and you have them starting that application or doing the application fully in class. That application and practice time will not be existing in class. That will be existing at home. And so that leads you to go into a complementary lesson and begin those. Also through curriculum compacting, it's not in the lesson where we say, okay, lesson 1 now. All right, let's stop and go to lesson 2. It's finding the lessons that complement each other that maybe you've done over a span of time, but can merge together in content and standard. Underneath one standard, you could have 15 lessons, and some of those could be merged into a set of 7 or 8 lessons. And so it's not going to feel like lesson 1 right now, okay, we're 20 minutes in, let's go to lesson 2. It's finding, as part of the compacting, the ones that complement each other and moving that application and practice time away.
And I think part of that instruction, that rich instruction, looks different than it has in the past. And there's a ton of learning that takes place in discussing some of that application piece and discussing those practice pieces. That's where when Dr. Mumm talks about that debating and the comparing and contrasting, it's not everyone sit down, let's go through number 1, then number 2, then number 3. It could be looking at what were some of the difficult pieces, what were some of the common mistakes, what were some of the common themes that we saw, and then that leads into supporting a thorough lesson while they're face-to-face. So it looks a little bit different than historically what traditional direct instruction looks like. It is student engagement, it's arguments, it's debating, it's comparing and contrasting, and that the tools used to guide a lot of that learning is what's being done on their online days or during their online days.
And curriculum compacting has been used in our district already. We've used it both in a remedial purpose as well as in advanced placement or gifted education, both to close a gap in learning as well as to accelerate the pacing of learning. And so that compacting isn't a completely new concept. It may be new for some staff, but really looking at the reported standards and seeing how you can merge lessons together so that the pace of teaching and learning is different, and that independent work time that typically occurs within the face-to-face day is somewhat removed or lessened.
To jump in on this. Go ahead.
Nope.
No, go ahead.
Nope.
So as I'm hearing this and I'm thinking about a lot of the changes we were already making prior to COVID, right? I'm thinking, okay, so first off, we're changing the way we grade, which I was on board with, right? Like standards-based grading and moving towards this very robust model of changing the way that we look at education. Okay, personalized learning. Now we're compacting and we're gonna be using Canvas, right? So these are a lot of moving pieces for both our faculty or our staff and for our students. I'm seeing we are going to need a ton of support to make that work, right? We're going to need lots of tools, resources, coaching, you name it, right? And it's going to have to be very flexible so that even if we think we've nailed it and we've bombed, we've got plan B, C, D, and E in order to get there. So Dr. Mom, Patrick, or Mr. Raleigh, could you guys tell me what you think, how that looks? What is our support going to be? Like, what kind of systems are we going to have in place by August?
Yeah, I think like you raised some really good points, and we're going to absolutely have to have a lot of support systems. But in some ways, some of the work that we've already done, and I think Mr. Raleigh spoke to this, actually is a little bit of compacting the pace. When we talked about personalized learning and learning through continuums, and not teaching every kid every lesson, but teaching the child the lessons they need based on an assessment, that's part of compacting. If I pre-assess my students and I see that these 5 students do not need the introductory lessons to this unit, I should be starting with them in the meat of the unit or halfway through the unit. And so a lot of the structures that we have been working very diligently on of identifying reported standards, finding ways to show proficiency so I don't need to sit through lessons that I don't need to learn as a student, are actually going to really benefit us in this compacting process. Canvas is going to be one of our biggest tasks. We had a slow rollout of Canvas, and some staff have put a module in or up to 4 modules in. And so we have been providing all summer long. I think we have 6 or 7 Canvas trainings, both provided by local staff as well as the Regional Office of Education staff. And then we have our 9 instructional coaches that have been putting out different things all summer, professional development, let's think ahead about curriculum. And then the support staff, our instructional coaching staff, also will be having the paid hours to do that individual support for teachers that really need to wrap their head around Canvas, around pre-assessments, around reported standards, or just around the way that I can merge my lessons together. And it's going to take a lot of professional development, which we have started. And Patrick and I and Laura Garland, our personalized learning coordinator, met again today to look at our professional development plan and say, we need to back off a couple things and put more dedicated time for these compacting conversations to happen. And so we're rearranging a lot of our staff development sessions as well to give them the time and support for that. Because you are correct, I think we've given them a good foundation of how to do it with all of the wonderful things our strategic plan has done, but it takes time and dedicated conversation and reflection to do it well. And that's why we're having to free up some things and not do some things that we had planned to do this summer and fall.
I like what you're saying, Dr. Mom, so thank you. But I think I'm still concerned in like, how do we identify teachers who are struggling? Like, how do we know which ones are just treading water, right? Because, teachers by nature are just going to do what they can and charge through, right? Like that's kind of part of their makeup, right? So How do we know when, they tried and it didn't work and they really need like someone in their corner to help kind of throw them a life preserver?
Yeah, we have a couple structures that we've put in administratively as well as peer. We have asked the instructional coaches to, you have to be in the classrooms a lot, and you have to be observing, and you have to be problem solving on the spot, and be willing to hold up the white flag saying, we need help over here when needed and observed. And that's not evaluative. That's a support function of curriculum. Secondly, we also have the educational service department is a 3-person department now, as well as our administrative team that we are looking at. So we need to have targeted visits to the classroom. Again, not in an evaluative manner, but kind of that curriculum check-in. How are we doing with curriculum? Are we staying kind of on the typical pace that we should be within this learning structure? And if not, we gotta help each other jump in and say, okay, how can we do this? Do we need to put in some interim videos for students to catch up on a bit of learning, or do we need to co-teach? We have co-teaching now at every school coming this fall, and how can we use that co-teach process to problem solve when people are stuck? People are going to get stuck and it's going to get muddy, but we have to have collective efficacy to be able to say, I'm here for you. What do you need me to do? I can come and teach a small group. Can I jump in and help you plan something from the ed service office that you deliver? So we're ready to do some problem solving, and it's going to be rough and bumpy for a while, but we have our support structures in place to weather the storm together.
And I think
I got just one more. Oh, go ahead. Yep. Go ahead, Pat.
Just to piggyback off of some of the things Dr. Mumm was saying, we do have, I think one of the things we're most excited for is kind of sharing the wealth with our feedback. We have typically, when Dr. Mumm has talked about classroom visits and some of the language that we're using, that has tended to be a smaller group of administrators. And what we're doing now is we're putting together a K-12 and EC-12 team with peer-led teacher leaders. And it's something that Ed Services with Dr. Mumm and Ms. Garland and myself are going to be leading to train our teachers on how to provide some of that PD. So a lot of teachers are more comfortable opening up to their peers than to an administrator. So we want to put more boots on the ground and have more people that are trained to have those conversations. And I'm thinking specifically in terms of not just standards-based grading, but standards-based feedback and looking at classes a little bit differently. We're looking to grow that pool a little bit larger. So rather than reaching out to an administrator who may be in a different KLC or a different department meeting, knowing that I have one of my own peers that has gone through that rigorous training and knows the district expectations and can help me walk through that. So we're again hoping to grow that pool to be a little bit bigger, so there are more readily available resources for teachers on any given day.
Good. That kind of other things, Mr. Lawler, that just to answer this a different part of the same question. A couple other things we're looking at on our traditional August 10th and 11th, our Monday and Tuesday when we come back early. We have shifted those days to make it more A/B model centric. So that way there is more training and more time, more application for staff to learn about this, to prepare as best they can for Thursday, the 13th. The other thing we're doing too is, as with last year's spring shift to remote learning, there are also 5 remote learning days that can be built into the schedule and utilized. So what we'll do is we'll assess our calendar and we'll look at days and we'll see about when staff is at a point where they're going to need to use that time, and we can learn and create what we need to specifically support all teachers based on what they're teaching and what grade span that they're at.
So kind of piggybacking on that, my last question was, we'll have to have supports for parent or for student or for teachers and students. What are we gonna do for our parents now? I mean, now they're going to be taking on a role, a very active role in education, one that didn't necessarily maybe feel comfortable doing. So how are we going to support them?
Sure. We have actually have started to outline a series of professional development for parents looking at things like Zoom etiquette and what to look for on a Zoom meeting, setting up an effective study or learning space in the house, and how to establish a set space away from distractions, or identifying a place where students learn best, walking through Canvas, the pairing codes, and how to be an active part in that Canvas learning with students, and a handful of other professional development opportunities as well that we have. And I'll outline, Dr. Mumm, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's about 5 or 6 different PD opportunities for parents on there that we're going to be building throughout the year.
And especially adding in working with our instructional coach and our one-to-one learning coach is providing some parent evenings, whether it be on Zoom or face-to-face, we're unsure yet, based on the guidelines and limits of how many we can bring into one space, but doing one on Canvas and then working with our instructional coaches on the social emotional support of your child as well. How to ask those reflective questions to check that stress and anxiety level, how to ask the reflective questions on building friendships. It is harder to read emotions when you see half of everybody's face in a classroom. And so how can I check in on my student? Are you building and forging friendships? And you know, the social emotional aspect will be part of that professional development just as much as the Canvas learning piece, and how do I manage my time at home? But again, in the fall, I don't know if they're going to be face-to-face and we have a sign up where the first 50 people can go on this night and then the next night. We're still trying to figure out the specific logistics. Minimally, that will be an online experience that parents can access in all of those 5 or 6 topics.
Thank you, guys.
As a parent, I feel super almost insulted right now. I'm on Zoom and virtual platforms all day long. I don't need assistance with Zoom etiquette. I need to know how to teach my son how to read, because now I have to do all of that at home, and that is not a skill set I have. So how are we getting those supports to teach our kids?
Part of the content in those 5 or 6 topics is also about the reported standards and what some core tips are in those content areas for reported standards. I do agree that some of our parents are very much like you and are probably experts more so than anyone else on Zoom, but some of our parents aren't. So we have to plan for the whole continuum. Some folks will need things on technology and some will not need that. They'll need it on the aspects of specific teaching and reading. And so along with those, we have the content questions as well. What are the tips and the 5 key questions in beginning to learn reading? What are the comprehension questions that are consistent that the teacher's asking that you should be asking at home as well? And so we're putting both of those together. And sometimes we're exploring Zoom etiquette through also content tips. And so you're getting both in those sessions as well. But you have to, we have to plan for a whole continuum of our community, because some parents have never been on Zoom yet. And so we need a continuum of all of that.
So Patrick, you said something early on after I asked my first question about homework, and I know there's going to be families with the older kids are spending their off days watching the younger kids or trying to teach them. And I'm going to guess there's going to be a large percentage of students that don't actually do whatever it is on their off days because they've got to watch their little brother and sister. So did you say that homework is not going to be graded, or did I hear you wrong?
Homework is not going to be graded in the sense of like a traditional letter grade. The expectation is that those students are doing their homework or doing the application projects. And I think what we wanted to do on one of the slides, it talks about the online day reflecting a typical school day, and we did not want that for those reasons. We do know that there's going to be students that are taking on more household tasks and they cannot engage or participate in what would be a typical day. So some of that time and some of that application may need to come in the morning before parents are going to work, or in the afternoon after school hours when they're coming back. So we wanted to have an opportunity where there's that flexibility built in. Some of that was done away when we went away from remote learning and some of those synchronous Zoom meetings, but we're trying to build that online day where students can do that practice in those applications when they do have that time. But going back to that grading piece, no, the expectation is that you are doing that work. my accountability is when I come back to my next face-to-face meeting, I'm showing the applications that I've done. I'm showing the work that I've done, and my compliance or my accountability piece may not be in a percentage grade suffering, but when I start to look at summative assessments in those larger projects, there's going to be some gaps there if I'm not doing that work. So when I come back from a day and I haven't done my work, there's an accountability conversation to be had with the teacher. If that starts to become a repeated pattern, that's when we start to see some of our support staff layered in. That's when we start to see some interventionists that may intervene, some support staff that might be reaching out to see if there are extenuating circumstances and a student just cannot get it done for whatever's going on at home, then we'll start to build that support in and take that on a case-by-case basis.
You've mentioned staff a bunch of times in a roundabout way, but who are these staff and where are they coming from?
Sure. So we have our classroom teachers, obviously, right. And then all buildings have RTI staff, and there's a variety of different roles that are not assigned to a group of students at a given content or a given class period. We also have our speak staff and our support staff with paraprofessionals. So a variety of different titles, but when I use those terms and staff that might be reaching out, I'm thinking of RTI staff that don't necessarily have period 1, 25 kids coming in, and then period 2, another group coming in. There is some flexibility with those staff members. Our instructional coaches are not tied to a set schedule of kids coming into a classroom. They have a little bit more flexibility and leeway in their schedule. So those are those staff members that I'm referring to.
So with this compacted schedule, in the lower grades, are the specials going to go away, like music and art? And are we going to eliminate those classes so those teachers are available to help with reaching kids on their off days, or are you still going to try and fit that in?
No, the schedule isn't compacted at any level. It follows the regular school day that they would have, and so they will attend exploratories. You do have some exploratory teachers that have open blocks of time just because the way exploratories work, and you don't go to every exploratory every day, and the exploratory lengths are different. And so anytime that they would have been doing an RTI intervention in our full capacity face-to-face model, they can be supporting an online group as well. But we will be having all exploratories and meeting the minutes that we have outlined for each of the exploratories in our district plan that we have for all the years. We are not reducing or eliminating any exploratory time.
Does that carry through to high school to choir and all of those programs?
Correct, yes.
So there will be extra or after school choir concerts in the fall is what or am I taking a step too far?
At this time, it might be a step too far. We might need to wait on some additional guidance that comes in from the state, but the 7:30 to 2:30 time block, the scheduled class periods, those will proceed.
All right. I know, I can't remember. I think it's spring and fall. We spend a bunch of time giving required testing from the state. Is that going to be happening this year in our valuable limited class time?
We are waiting to hear. Go ahead. State mandated tests.
I'll jump in. At this point right now, the state is still assessing what are going to be the required tests for this upcoming school year. So we don't know that as far as any of the mandated tests. So as soon as we learn that information, we'll make sure we get that on our schedule and share that with parents and families and staff.
And most of all assessment typically is local assessment that we've chosen, and we have delayed all of those timelines and canceled some of those assessments.
Okay, I guess I'm just thinking through kids that haven't been to school in 6 months showing up, and there's going to have to be some kind of assessment done at the beginning to figure out where to start.
That's part of the curriculum compacting process as well. Instead of giving a full comprehensive math pretest that covers every content for the whole year like we have been doing in the past, the part of compacting is saying, let's give them these 3 questions to do a quick pre-assessment to see what parts of this unit our students that are sitting in front of us need to know and need to learn so that we can compact better. So that is a piece of that process, is identifying what many pieces of the assessment, rather than taking 2 days to do a cumulative.
And I know it's a piece of that puzzle, Mr. Carey, but we've gathered a lot of information from teachers to end our spring term on topics that were taught, but maybe not to the extent in which we liked. And because of some of the guidance and mandates from state, things that we were not able to teach. So while it doesn't speak to the individual needs of students, our teachers are going to be working together and collaborating together to say, hey, this group from our 7 blue team did not get these standards. So we want to pay particular attention to those when we start our school year again.
All right. There is going to be some percentage of our student body whose parents believe that they won't be safe going to school and will get the doctor's notes to stay home. How is that going to work for those students because the teachers aren't going to be recording their lessons on their A and B days. So give me a big picture of how that's going to work, because it could be a large percentage of our students.
We will also have a % of our staff that have that same exception, that they can work and teach, but they have to do it fully remote. And so the plan is to work with Dr. Atkins and the principals and match up our students that have a medical exception with our staff that have the medical exception, and they will do that remote learning process. Otherwise, at times, yep, go ahead.
That's optimistic. I think that we're going to get a nice match of teachers that are certified to teach 3rd grade with a bunch of 3rd grade students. I think that's overly optimistic. So could you be—
That was the second part of my sentence. Yeah. And at times that match is not going to happen. Although if I'm a 3rd grade teacher, I may be certified K-8. So I may be teaching outside of what I'm typically assigned to as part of that medical exception. The other process that we have is that we can work with staff members that can prepare content and then videotape the lesson as it's occurring and post it online. And so we have a couple A, B, and C plans for that process. We won't know how that perfect match happens until the end of July, if not into the first week of August. And so you could hire a long-term sub to do some of the videotaping and posting or checking in online. There's a variety of different ways that we can do it, because you're right. It's ideal to think it's going to be a subset, but we do have some flexibility in what teachers are certified to teach versus what they're assigned to teach.
And Mr. Carey, I might be taking away some thunder from Dr. Adkins later when he shares, but at our last board meeting, one of the topics we covered at the end was letting the board know if there are any additional staffing needs that we may have. So over the next 2 or 3 weeks, when we start to hear from families and from teachers, if there are those needs, we can bring those at a minimum to the next board meeting. And then if we need to follow into the first week in August to fill some of those holes, that we can provide updates to the board to make sure that our needs are being met district-wide.
All right, I'd still like a little bit more detail on how that would actually work. Is that going to be Zoom meetings between staff and students? Is that online taping of Mr. Smith is teaching algebra that day and they drop in and listen to that from a Zoom call? Or just give me a little bit more of something to understand that.
Ideally, if you've chosen to go fully remote, you will still be following a typical school day schedule, but might have the lesson where we check in on Zoom or Google Meets, and then you go and do the application, and then you check in with your next teacher, or you have one teacher that's assigned to do multiple contents with you. And so we may check in at 9 o'clock for this, 10 o'clock for that, 11 o'clock for this. It's not going to be online for 7.5 hours, but yes, there will be online live experiences. But to know exactly which teacher that is, or if it's the same teacher, that still is determined upon the matches. So you will still have some independent application online time that you need to do by yourself independently, not with a live instructor, but you will have some type of virtual meeting or check-in.
To add to that, Mr. Ryan, part of the challenge is, you're exactly right. The variables are such that we don't know what we're looking at yet. So to maybe shed some light on it, we do have a plan and a process for staff and for students where will be able to notify us of their intent in the next couple of weeks or days even, so that we can begin planning. And then there'll be another deadline towards the end of July to provide medical certification for their needs, which we will then use to be able to plan. It is a tight turnaround, but some of the reason for the multitude of potentials that Dr. Mum and Mr. Raleigh are talking about is because, to your point, we don't know all those variables yet, but we have a process to determine those variables, identify them, and start making matches and pairings as best we can.
Dr. Mum, you phrased your answer in such a way that raised a question that's been floating around the community. You said, if you choose for remote learning. That's not a choice that we're offering, to my understanding. You have to have a medical excuse, and why are we not offering that choice is the question that's been floating around.
I think right at the beginning, if we look at some of our survey data, and if you had 50% look at full capacity, or if you have a 50% process, that percent of the remote, we need to be able to have enough teachers to be able to sustain that remote. And looking at the two survey results, they weren't a perfect match or even somewhat close of a match. And so we need to find a way to first rely on the medical exception. And there's a variety of different ways that medical exception occurs. It may be a family member, it may be a student, it may be a sibling, it may be anxiety. All of that falls kind of under that medical realm. And so that choice is there with that medical process. Just having an open option did not work with being able to sustain it staff-wise.
Okay, so it comes down to a staffing issue that, like, I know other districts or states are even saying, decide now, tell us if you're showing up in person or if you're doing it at home. And do we have the technology available right now to do that? Because I have a feeling we're gonna all be sitting home about 3 weeks after school starts again. So I guess maybe that's later on in your presentation, but I get that this is all new territory to everybody involved, but if we're going to have 10% of our population sitting at home because of a valid medical reason, and then we have others that want to but can't, it just falls back to staffing. And I guess my next question is, how short on staff are we and able to be able to make that work?
Right now, we don't have a detailed picture of what we are looking at for staffing because we haven't put that process out yet. Our plan is to put that out after this board meeting and start getting that feedback from staff. I have had conversations with staff members preliminarily, maybe a dozen or so, just asking questions about what to expect for a process, what would be required for medical exemption. And of course, as Dr. Mum has talked about, each one of them has a very unique set of context or criteria that they're working with. So I'm hopeful to be able to answer that question much more effectively by the end of the week, and then even more effectively by the end of the month.
Does that give you enough time to hire staff at the end of the month? That just gives you, what, a week and a half?
We will make it work.
Doesn't the, sorry to interrupt, but isn't there also an issue with, while it may be a 50-50 district-wide split, it's the same thing we run into, when we have to add a teacher or something to a section, because maybe, at one school, it's a 70-25 split. And then you're going to need, if you're going to give a choice, you have to let that 25%, have that online choice. But you already need, because of the social distancing, you already need 7 teachers, on site, or more teachers on site. I'm just grabbing a number really, but, right. And then like with AP classes, in some cases we have 1 teacher for each AP class. If you allowed a choice, you'd have to hire another AP teacher, which would, they're hard to come by anyway, but is my thinking wrong that also plays into it?
No, that is accurate, and it's kind of like when Dr. Adkins presents a staffing plan. One of the things we talk about is the enrollment change. It doesn't happen. It happens across the board. It's just not one nice little packet where all the 5th graders show up at a certain school or at a certain grade level in the middle school or high school. So there is definitely that component of the 50-50 split is not a true 50% of our teachers that will exactly match up with the 50 that want to stay home, and vice versa. Those that the on-site piece versus the on-site staff.
But we're also just taking guesses. Is there a reason we have not asked our parents what each of them would choose so that we could see if it's even viable?
We've only done that through the survey process when we asked them what they'd hoped for. But again, I think as some of them some of our parents thoughtfully filled out the survey, I think based on the options that they had, if that option were there, maybe the numbers would be skewed a little differently. Mrs. Junk.
So is this where I ask what happens when one of our teachers gets the coronavirus and is gone for 14 days, or is that later on?
I can answer that question now if you'd like. We do have a very involved flow chart that tells us, based on all the various guidance from the various agencies, of what to do if and when. It's a little difficult to answer that question explicitly in that there's some questions about what is, are they exposed to it? Does someone in their family have it, but they don't, and they test negative? Do they quarantine anyway? Are we able to quarantine them by our choice, by their choice, by a medical professional's choice? And there's a variety of different factors involved in that. So again, I think we're going to be dealing with situations where each one is unique. Generically, if someone's absent, we'd be able to find a substitute for a short period of time. We'd be able to find a substitute for them. If it becomes a long-term illness or a long-term isolation, we would follow the same process we do any year, where we would find a long-term sub for that classroom.
And in addition to just what Dr. Adkins shared, we'll also put that information on the COVID-19 link on our website so that parents can access that. And our staff will also have to work closely with our staff, training our staff and our district nurses, building nurses, so that they can quickly ascertain and then follow through with our communication model to those parents that would need to be communicated with right away.
All right, that led to two more questions. Does that flow chart also include what happens if little Johnny gets COVID on the bus, and who gets quarantined and who stays home and who goes where? Is that something that you can release to the public then?
I believe you'll hear some things to that effect from Dr. Fuchs in a few moments about what we're going to do with the safety component of this.
All right, and should we be, I'm going to assume that there aren't going to be a lot of subs available. I've been hearing that in a bunch of different places. Will we be looking at hiring additional full-time teachers in lieu of long-term subs or as long-term subs to bounce around?
That's something we've begun discussing and begun looking into. And I do appreciate the question. And I know at our last board meeting, you had made the remark that that would be something you'd be wanting to talk about. And I think that we may be bringing that back. But again, I think the first piece is hearing from our staff about what their intentions are and seeing what our needs might be and where they might be in terms of what the students, what the student demographics look like, what content areas we have to cover, et cetera. But please know it's absolutely being talked about.
Can we go back to this accountability piece that the students will be expected to have done all of their work on their virtual days? So somebody made a comment. We know that parents work, and so off days need to be flexible. They can't do everything between 7:30 and 2. Most of us don't get off at 2 either. We're working until 5, 6. We're trying to get dinner, and then kids go to bed. So realistically, how are we supposed to help our kids get all of their online stuff done before they go back to their next day?
There's a variety of ways that we're trying to make connections and options for families. We're trying to make connections with some older students that may be able to tutor or support that learning process for families, if that's an option for families. I know we've worked with some of the daycare facilities within our Kaneland area that if families are choosing a daycare option, we're really talking to them about the model and that they'll come with some assigned tasks. So how does the daycare day look different if that's an option a family has chosen? Like Mr. Raleigh said, it's hearing you may not be able to do it during that regular school hour. It may start to happen at 6 o'clock at night, or we may have to prioritize someone as a family. And we have those prioritizations happening now, even when they have homework every night and they're face-to-face. We have some students that are unable to complete it or unable to complete it all. And so they're coming back. And that's when we have our support staff, our classroom teachers, and our remediation teachers or response to intervention teachers assist the student with making sure that that application work gap can be filled also within the school structure, with connections within the community, and then working with our daycares as well.
I was going to reiterate what Dr. Mom said. Some of that does happen now. She articulated it much better, but I think some of those cases are definitely going to be case by case. And that's where we do have the ability to talk with those students and see what options we do have available, what community connections we have available, but really having those individual conversations with students that say, here is what my day looks like. Here is the commitments that I have at home. If there is a window, we want to maximize that window when they can get that work done. If not, trying to put a plan together that works for them.
We've asked a lot of questions about the traditional student. How is this going to affect special education?
We have during that online time, that goes back to one of the comments of there may be some small group work for IEP minutes or higher IEP minutes. You may still have some interaction with your case manager, your related service professional during your online time. You may have some direct contact lessons as well. It depends on minutes, goals within the IEP. Are your minutes covered in your face-to-face with some work with a co-teacher? Or do you also during your online days or your rotating off Wednesdays have small group work with your case manager and service professional? Some of our, like we had mentioned right on that slide, some of our special ed programs will be coming every day of the week and fulfilling their typical schedule as if we are full capacity. ELL as well. They'll get ELL minutes within the time frame that they are face-to-face, but some, depending on the level of goals that they have, they may have some small group online work as well with their ELL instructor.
So with the compacted model, I know a question came to us about like Calc BC as a specific example of a class. Is the expectation that that curriculum will be covered in the year? Or I guess I just want to make sure I'm understanding the expectation that's put out there. Or is the expectation that a subset of the material will be covered?
Our expectation going into the year, and again, as we all know, there's 100 different things or more that could happen. But when we take the time to lay out that curriculum, our expectation is that we're going to get pretty closely through all of that. And that's no different than every year when we go in. We try our best to get through our entire curriculum map. And oftentimes we're very successful with that. But there's times when it's getting into May and we're looking at what standards we have left and how we fit that into the remaining days that we have. And being the first time we're doing this, to be perfectly honest with you, there's probably going to be a conversation that needs to be had around that. But our expectation sitting here today and going into this in the professional development we're going to be providing would be that we're going to get through that curriculum.
How will that be monitored if you have to change up the assessments? And I get not wanting to give up instructional time. I don't know if things can be done at home or to take assessments, even fuller assessments that have comparative information, so we know maybe more gaps over time if that's important. Does that information seem important going forward, or what are you thinking about that?
Yep, I think that, go ahead.
We have been working with some of our assessment companies that we have, like iReady, to look at how that application of assessment can be done during the online application day versus the face-to-face. We're looking at when we do typically reading running records, and our writing probes. Is that something that they could do during the application time? And then how can we make sure it's validated if it is done at home? And so we also then want to take assessments that we have and chunk them up into smaller pieces so that we're not dedicating 2 or 3 face-to-face periods to it, but smaller periods that over time we could bring together to have the full assessment data that's somewhat comparative to what we have had in the past. Sorry, Patrick.
Yeah, well said.
I don't know if this is for you guys or if this is back for Dr. Layden, but when we've talked about, I guess maybe just specifically, again, kind of explaining why not full attendance, it's especially EC through 5, because I think that's a lot of the comments that we get. And I know we talked about maintaining the 6 feet, especially for the 15 minutes. We don't want people exposed to others. That would kind of have a ripple effect of lots of people at home. But if you had 15% of the people who have medical exemptions, let's just guess, what would the distance be between students at school? Is it 5 feet? Is it 3 feet about? You know, like how close are they if you tried to put elementary back? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I actually walked a room the other day.
Yeah.
No, Sarah, I was going to say, I'll let you answer as far as
okay.
the walking the room piece.
Yeah, the other day we actually walked in and spaced out multiple elementary classrooms because even our buildings are structured slightly different and some have larger rooms and smaller rooms. So we went to a couple of different locations as well. And typically to remain 6 feet apart, you have to have right around under 15 students in a classroom. Even that's moving their cubbies outside, that's taking away common furniture, that's taking away the meeting, the meeting area. It's tight to remain 6 feet with 15 students. We know that you can get closer to that 17 to 18 and you start to get down into 3.5, 4 feet. Some of our furniture is set up that it's a 4-foot table. And so even putting them at the diagonal ends gets you close to 4.5 feet, but it does not get you the 6 feet. And so setting up a room for 15 at 6 feet is still pretty tight. I think the difficulty, and I know I've explored the options through the vetting process of do you bring younger kids in, but setting that routine of keeping the mask on and wearing it properly, there's probably no good age that can do that successfully. But that expectation is a difficult one for our youngest students as well.
My son is in daycare and wearing his mask all day, every day with no issues. I feel like we are just assuming our younger kids can't do it and we're moving forward on that assumption.
We actually have worked with a variety of different parents to get feedback on it, just a random sampling. Those that have been in structured daycares or summer rec programs tend to wear them a little bit better and not always 100% accurate, but the most feedback that we have gotten over the course of the last 2 weeks is the concern of elementary wearing masks at all. So I think I'm just kind of going on the feedback that I'm hearing from our community members.
And that feedback is going to be obviously a varied, and Mrs. Barber, to answer your question about the EC5 over other groups, part of this model was to ensure coming off of the spring that our 6th through 12th graders, at least as we initially have it constructed for now, that they also have the same opportunity to be back in front of their teachers. Because we do know that if there were a group that could more easily manage it, it would be the 6th graders through 12th graders, but also some of the feedback that we have, students also that were least likely to be engaged at home were also the 6th through 12th graders from some of our feedback. So we felt with this model, we bring all of our students back on a rotating basis. And at least from there, we can assess where we are. And if there's shifts that need to be made later on at the quarter or at the semester, we can always entertain those ideas if we're not at phase 5 by then.
Anything else on this topic, or should we?
One more.
Yep.
You said that you're going to do all the extra, I always get the term wrong, specials, but band in junior high and high school, that doesn't work with masks. What's the plan there?
Band and lunch are the 2 exceptions to the face mask rule. So with a decreased class size, hoping to be able to space out the band enough. They're going to they don't have to wear the mask. That the exception to that rule is for band and lunchtime. So choir, they'll still have to use them. Our music classes and singing, they'll still have to wear them. But for band, except the band itself, they don't. I know in talking with Mr. Schmidt at the middle school and looking at some of the curricular options we have of rearranging some things where, for example, they may be doing marching band where they are outside, which gives us a little bit better of an opportunity. Musical composition where it's more the academics of writing some of those musical pieces. And so we're looking for opportunities like that and seeing if there's a way that we can rearrange some of the curriculum. But band is one where there is not the mandate that they have their mask on.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions in that area. Do you, I'm sure.
I have some questions.
Okay. I was just going to say, I'm sure that as we move on, some additional questions that may revert back to these areas can be raised.
Yeah. Should have given them all to Ryan. Ryan took all the time, but here we go. Compliments. It's a compliment, Ryan. You had a lot of coverage there. One question. One of how we actually started it in reference to recording the classes. Sarah, you mentioned the fact that it's conversational. You don't know what Johnny asked on the other side of the room, so therefore, a student may miss out and such. I mean, you as well as I've been to a lot of conferences, and where the moderator repeats the question so people can understand what the question was, then he or she gives the answer. I mean, where I'm going with this is we need to improvise here and change. We can't just go one model fits all, is one of the words been thrown out there. Just as feedback, because ultimately we may be all the children may be at home within a month. Who knows? So I hope we're thinking beyond just collaboration, if you will. Speaking of which, so there's no grading at home other than when you come back and you'll know whether the person did his or her homework, and therefore when they get back to school, do they get graded from what they did there? Or is there any grading at all?
Yes, there will be grading for sure. A lot of that application piece will tend to be part of, I think Dr. Mumm had mentioned, chunking some things out and chunking out some classroom assessments. So some of the things that are done at home are going to be used to inform some of those summative assessments. But as a district, we've been making that shift from grading every little piece that was submitted or every conversation or written assignment. The graded piece is going to be the summative piece that pertains to our reported standards or our targeted standards, not necessarily those small practice pieces. So it looks different in different classes, but there's going to be grading that is done, which is different than kind of our journey this past spring when we did have mandates that there was no grading and no new grading, and those evolved over time. So we don't have those mandates as of now. So it will look more closely aligned to what standards-based grading had looked like prior to COVID.
Okay. So what additional, so we're moving to the personalized learning. So there's some data that we collected over the years with students and such. How are we using that to leverage ourselves in I guess building the individual learning for the students, specifically when they have to go home for the day, if you will, and not come the following day?
I think one of the biggest data pieces we have, and Dr. Mumm can share her thoughts as well, but we've seen over time feedback as a huge data piece that leads to our students being successful. And I think that plays right into this structure and this plan that we have in place. and it's things that our teachers at this point should be used to hearing and used to putting into practice in the classroom, but giving that targeted feedback and that timely feedback, knowing that I have to be effective in the words that I use and how I'm interacting with a student and providing that feedback, because they're going away for a day or possibly 2 days before they're going to be back in front of me. So through personalized learning and through some of our school improvement plans, that's been a huge focus over the last probably 2 to 3 years, where we've been putting in those structures of, here is what my reported standards are and what we're going to be working for the day. Here's what that targeted feedback looks like. And then students know, and we've had the benefit of always having them in front of us. So here's the feedback I've received, and then how that's used to drive my future instruction. That's critical now, because I'm going to be receiving that feedback in a face-to-face session, and that's going to be used to drive my application in my practice at home. So I think, Dr. Mung, feel free to share other ones, but that's one of the biggest ones that we've seen in the survey that came back of when feedback has been on the spot and very pointed and specific. That's where we started to see our students thrive.
Along with that, I think the work and the hard work of multiple years of really identifying the I can statements and reported standards in order to give student clarity for what the expectations are will really pay off in this type of model. Obviously, it's most beneficial when you have them face-to-face full-time, but the more clarity we can have in what proficiency means within those I can statements, the more likely they're set to have a clear expectation for their application project or their online work. So I think that will complement it well. And then the final thing in personalized learning we've talked a lot about is how do we personalize and bring some student choice into the product that shows proficiency, and the application product that they do at home allows that flexibility. I could give some assignments that say, you need to show learning of these expectations. The manner and the product in which you do that, here's some flexibility for you. And the fact that we've already implemented that in many classrooms in the district will complement the ability to move that application project online.
Okay, thank you. Another question I had is in reference to the feedback, the 24-hour session. And Mr. Raleigh, you mentioned about while a question may come in on a Friday, they won't hear until Monday. As you know, this is going to set some students back. Not all students are gung-ho and they're always going to do their homework, and they may not have the support at home and such. This is an area I think we can improve a little bit and be able to provide the feedback earlier than Monday, because they may be able to use Saturday and Sunday to catch up. So something to think about.
For sure.
Improvement that potentially we may be able to support our community and their children. One of the other things that, and we haven't heard about extracurricular activities. I know Mr. The athletic director is coming in later on, but obviously we're relying potentially some of our siblings to help their little ones, if you will, and such. And then we talked about, their time may not come until 6 o'clock after mom and dad come home and such. Some of these will probably have to leave before that to do their extracurricular activity, be a tennis, football, whatever it is, that they won't be able to support their families how we're expecting. So therefore, I guess I want to hear what Mr. Rowland has to say later on, how we're going to support that. So anyway, just a comment I wanted to make.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas.
All right, are we going to jump on to the next section? Is that?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Rollman, if you don't mind, can you go ahead and, while most of us know who you are, if there's somebody out there viewing that doesn't know you, please go ahead and introduce yourself and go ahead and highlight some of the, all the pointers on your slides. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Layden. My name is David Roman. I am the Director of Athletics and Activities at Kaneland High School. And there's a few things that we put on this slide that are new within the last few days that came out that I want to highlight. And then just kind of go over what what's been taking place across the state in terms of changes that continue to happen. As you know, we are part of the IHSA, and our middle school is part of the IESA. And so our student athletes will continue to follow the IHSA protocols that are put in place. And we're going to talk about a few of those that are new. Both the Illinois State Board of Education and the Illinois Department of Public Health have been working with Craig Anderson and the IHSA to make sure that their plans, as it has progressed, meets their regulations and their standards. And one of the things that recently came out this last Thursday, we actually had 2 changes. So we were all set and ready to go as we moved into phase 4, which would allow us to have summer contact and summer sports camps. And then on Thursday, we heard that there were some new limitations and restrictions coming. Those are listed here on the screen. These are the 3 biggest pieces that are new. We can no longer have contact drills, and the students can no longer have any contact with each other, which means we cannot scrimmage at all. We had already restricted our student athletes to working just within our school district and not playing in leagues and so forth to keep them safe, because we didn't feel like we could control that environment like we can our own. But under this new mandate, we can no longer have physical contact either. So everything that we're doing, for instance, we've got volleyball camp going on. They continue to do drills, but they cannot have, say, a spiker at the net cannot have a blocker because that was too close of contact. Our football team is starting camp this week, but they cannot have contact with each other. Our basketball camps were canceled because of a couple of reasons. One is the contact reason. The second is that now, under these new regulations, everyone must wear a mask at all times indoors. This includes our coaches, which were already mandated to do that. So we do have athletes who are rigorously working out and getting in shape and doing their drills and still wearing a mask at the same time. We do have opportunities for them to take breaks, to continue to be socially distanced when they take their mask off to get a drink of water, et cetera, but then that mask has to go back on. We also were told originally that everybody outside had to wear a mask, and then they revised that later in that same day, that coaches still had to wear a mask. When student athletes could not social distance, they are required to wear a mask outside. But if they are outside and they are engaging in physical activity and staying apart from each other, that they no longer have to have that mask on at that time. We are encouraging them to have that mask in their pocket, though, so that if there is a time during that activity that they come back together in a group, that they do have that mask and they're covered. Another restriction that came along, we've been dealing with what we call the 50-30 rule. So 50, no more than 50 people at a time can gather, and groups of 50 or less had to be at least 30 feet apart. We were a little bit more conservative with that, and we instituted the 50-50 rule. So groups of 50 had to be at least 50 yards or 70 feet apart. When that originally came out through the IHSA, that would allow us to have multiple groups of 50 as long as they stayed 30 to 50 feet apart. Under the new regulations that came out last Thursday, this now limits the group of 50 to one athletic area. So when we're talking about an indoor sport like volleyball, that means that right now we can not have more than 50 people in the gym total. That would include spectators, officials, sideline workers, etc. So if we were to play volleyball tomorrow night, those would be the rules. And right now that would not allow us to have spectators at volleyball games. When you get outside, we can spread people out a little bit more, and we can work with that 50 number. But again, social distancing has to take place. So we're at right now 20%. So if we were to have a football game this week, we would only be able to put 20% of our capacity into the stadium at that time. So that greatly limits the number of spectators and additional people that could be there. also makes us look a little bit different when we start talking about band, cheer, dance, all of those things at an event on a Friday night. A few things that came up, or I want you to be aware of as a conference, as the I-8 conference, the athletic directors have been meeting every week, sometimes twice a week, depending on what information comes out from the IHSA. Also, the Illinois Athletic Directors Association, along in conjunction with the IHSA, Craig Anderson, their executive director, we have been meeting every Monday for the last 6 weeks, and that will continue throughout the fall. So we have a direct line with the IHSA. I know that I get many questions about the IHSA and the new regulations. I do want to clarify for everybody that the regulations that they're getting are coming directly from the governor's office and the Deputy Secretary of Education. So when they put their plan out, they get it approved by the Illinois Department of Public Health and the governor's office, and then it moves on to us. Also, one clarification, obviously we have a lot of athletes at the middle school level as part of the IESA. Steve Ensley and Craig Anderson talk regularly throughout the weeks, and the IESA is following exactly what the IHSA is putting out as far as recommendations and guidelines as well. There have been some questions about the IHSA being guidelines and not actual bylaws. But we are taking the approach as a conference and as a state, honestly, to follow the IHSA guidelines as they are given to us. One important date, because the question that obviously all of our athletes and families want to know is, are we going to have fall sports? And we were told this afternoon that the magic date is July 29th. That's about a week and a half away. That is when the IHSA is planning to have their next administrative meeting. And shortly, either that day or the day after, we will hear what their decision is about moving on with fall sports. But right now, everything that we're doing, scheduling, planning, et cetera, is all that we will have, is all in the idea of that we will be fully back with athletics in the fall. That may be a little bit rose-colored glasses, I guess, looking at it, but that is the way that we're preparing and then scaling back as necessary. What kind of questions can I answer for you tonight?
David, before you answer any questions, I'd like to add, we have a number of community groups that regularly rent our facilities, including our fields. At this time, we have not allowed any youth sports, including the park district, to use our fields. As long as the high school fields are not being used for contact, we are keeping our other fields closed as well, just to let you know that. And that is a conflict directly between the IHSA and the governor's office with regard to high school sports and youth sports. David, maybe you could add a little bit if there's anything that I missed.
Mr. Anderson actually addressed that today. I spoke to him directly last Friday, but he addressed that with the Illinois Athletic Directors Association today, that is a question that the IHSA has posed to the governor's office, either allowing our restrictions to be lightened or that the Illinois Youth Association tightens their restrictions so that there isn't that conflict between the two groups. Because that's certainly a question, excuse me, that we get quite a bit. I also failed to mention that we have put quite a few protocols in place other than what the district, or I'm sorry, what the IHSA has asked us to do with social distancing and the wearing of masks. There is a series of 5 questions, health questions, that we screen every student athlete with before they start working out. And we also have temperature checks taking place every day. So we are physically doing that with every one of our student athletes. They're aware of the questions. We also took it a step further with, and I believe Dr. Layden mentioned this earlier, with the increase in many of our states. We are now questioning our student athletes, because obviously many of them are participating in travel activities, et cetera, and they may be traveling outside the state of Illinois. And so if they are traveling outside of the state of Illinois, I'm just having individual conversations with them and their parents to find out exactly what kind of activity that they're involved in, and whether or not, you know, that's what we want, if we want that athlete back in camps, or if they need to be self-quarantining for a while because they had been to maybe a hot spot where we had, you know, a lot of cases going on. There are some places, Florida is one of them, that a lot of our travel teams throughout the, you know, the Midwest travel to at this time of the year. And so we want to make sure that we are protecting not only the students that are traveling there, but obviously all the students that they're going to interact with when they come back to our camps, as well as our staff.
Mr. Rollman, one question that I would ask that I think a few parents have inquired about, with these rules and the July 29th date when the IHSA will make a final ruling, would there be the opportunity to potentially have some activities and or athletics and not others under the IHSA guidance?
That is a great question that actually came up today. The IHSA has what I would call opened up their thinking a little bit as far as what we would allow. They are certainly open to allowing some sports if others can't go forward. They are still open to possibly flipping the seasons. I will tell you that that is not a recommendation that I would make. It's still up for discussion within our conference. It's very difficult, and IHSA actually said today, the idea of flipping seasons from fall sports going into the spring and some of those spring coming into fall, it was probably going to be a last resort with the IHSA. The idea behind flipping those seasons is that some of those sports, like a softball or baseball, have a lot less contact in them, and so possibly they would be able to take place as opposed to a football, a volleyball, and a soccer. But again, those are conversations that the IHSA are having among their board. But they indicated today that that would be a last effort to get sports in. They are also talking or contemplating about the idea of shortening seasons, so possibly starting a little bit later. We are scheduled to start on August 10th with open practices, but they're talking about possibly pushing that back, pushing contests back. There was discussion today about maybe only playing conference games, possibly not having a full postseason, if at all, any postseason. I think the general idea that I've gathered through all the meetings that I've attended, though, is that our focus really is on the students' well-being and giving them as many opportunities as possible to get out and interact, whether it be athletically or through activities and clubs. And I know that we had restrictions. I was in the gym today watching our athletes work out in masks. I know that's not what they're used to, and I know it could be a little bit more difficult. It was a breezy, about 80 degrees in our gym today, but it still was an opportunity that we gave our kids that they didn't have before. So any of those opportunities we're trying to provide for our kids, but at the same time, obviously, their safety and our staff safety is our number one goal.
I understand the importance of sports, and all the studies show that kids that are active and involved do better in school, and it just all of those extra. So given that, if the district is taking the position that Corona is so dangerous and scary that we only can have half of our people in the buildings at a time, how can you justify allowing our students to go to other towns and play football?
Sure, that's a great question. So right now, one of the things that as we look at athletics, and honestly right now, Mr. Carey, we would not be allowed to go to other towns and play football because contact is not allowed. If the IHSA changes their plan through their guidance from ISB and the governor's office and the IDPH, then obviously we could move forward with that. But honestly, right now, we can't do that. We are planning and moving forward like we could, But you're right. Right now, we can't justify doing that because contact's not allowed. I will tell you that in talking to Dr. Fuchs quite a bit, we are working to let our kids, when they're outside, spread out more than normal. So we're looking at using additional fields. One example is as we look at our band and whether or not they're going to be able to hold band camp. Obviously, with the restrictions of 50 or less people in one space, that doesn't work when we have a band of almost 140 kids and plus instructors. So we've already talked about being able to put them on multiple locations throughout our campus here in the back so that they are able to continue to work on their craft, but also they're practicing those social distancing pieces.
So what I'm hearing is the state isn't allowing any contact right now. So that takes out all sports, but what, tennis and golf?
Right now, tennis and golf, and they're telling us it's about a 50-50 shot with cross country. Depending if it's a cross country event and it's you and one other school, depending on the course, you can probably space those boxes out enough. We are actually the host of the Kane County cross country meet, and we've already canceled that meet for the fall because there's no way we could get all of those schools into the starter box.
The two just don't seem to go together. If we're athletics in general in competition with other schools, if we can't have all of our schools and all of our buildings, I'm sorry, all of our children and all of the buildings all of the time, inviting people in from other towns seems less than wise.
I understand exactly your concerns. I think that's an excellent point that you're making. I would also say that is usually the very first thing that we talk about, whether it's within the conference or within the state, is how do we actually physically think this is going to take place? And again, we continue, I'll be honest, the IHSA does not believe that our students should be wearing masks during competition, but they are instructing us to do so because that's what they've been instructed to do so. So I think you make a good point, Mr. Carey, that there is a fine line here, and obviously we've spent a lot of time talking about the return to learn plan because that's our number one priority. And then obviously we want our kids to be active and involved in all those other things, just as you started to say, but there's a lot of precautions and a lot of things we don't know, and hopefully we do in the next couple of weeks.
So I'd like to piggyback on what Ryan was saying and what you were saying, Mr. Coleman. I agree with what Ryan said about, if we can't have all of our students in the building, how are we going to do sports? So I appreciate us planning that we're going to have sports. I think that's smart. We should plan that way. But what's plan B, right? What do we do when everything is canceled? Like, how do we still keep these kids engaged and active on these teams? What other things can we do that still helps them feel connected? Because like Mr. Carey had said, like that involvement is really important to student success. So what else can we do?
Well, I would say that our coaches have already started working on that because when this took place on March 13th, obviously nobody planned to not have sports all spring. And I've been very proud of our coaches and how hard they've worked to interact with our kids. I'll give you a good example. So our cross-country coach, our coaches have been regularly meeting with our kids virtually up to the point where we can now obviously have camps, but they've been working with them, giving them individual workouts, all of those kinds of things. And so there is an opportunity for us to continue to engage those kids. There's no way I'm going to tell you it's the same as being in front of that coach every day, because it's not. But our coaches have done a really good job of keeping those kids engaged, answering their questions, talking to them, meeting with them virtually, and those kinds of things. And I think we actually have to continue to do those things.
That's great to hear. Thank you, Mr. Roman.
Mr. Roman, I got a question for you.
Absolutely.
So there's a lot of, even this weekend, there's a lot of students that are playing baseball. They went up north to Wisconsin. They went up to Iowa because they're open. They can play there. And then they're coming back and being in your camps. How do you account for them? Do you know all the families that are have their children participating in those sports that are going outside?
No, we do not. That's a great question that we are not able to trace every student. I will tell you that one of the things that we put in place this year that we have not had in the past is whether you were signing up for a camp or simply coming as a summer contact day, and those things are different, you had to register with us this year. So no one is on campus participating in athletics that we don't know about. If somebody walked up and tried to register on the first day of camp, we didn't allow that to happen. And we're doing that because if there is a case or if there is an outbreak like there was in Lake Zurich with a few kids, then we know exactly who's been here. Our coaches also have to record exactly which groups these kids are in. And then they've been instructed that those groups do not change from day to day. So I'm not in group A today and group B tomorrow and group C, so I'm not in with multiple kids. Now, back to your original question though, there is no way for us to tell where all of our kids have been. I think it's fair to say that kids are out being with kids. I've had conversations with kids who tried to come onto our campus and simply just work out as a group, and we had to send them away because we weren't open at that point. So I know kids are working out, their kids are hanging out with other kids. But what I can control and what our coaches can control is what is here on campus and what we're doing with them when they do choose to come to us. We did also, I would say that we have put this out multiple times that you don't have to attend anything that we're providing right now. We have said that repeatedly with our kids, but it's important to say that again, that if you choose not to attend, or after the new restrictions came in, we have many people say, I don't think I want my child to be in a hot gym with a mask on playing volleyball. So we refund them, we understand, and that doesn't get held against them. What they do in the summer with our coaches does not determine what team that they make in the fall or the winter and so on. And I think that's an important distinction that we make sure that they understand they have a choice. They don't have to be here. And I don't want them to feel obligated that they have to be here if they feel it isn't a safe place for them.
Well, you can say that as much as you'd like, but that, that's not true. But anyway, that's a different story. But I'd like to believe that. But in reference to the students that obviously don't check in with you and say, yes, I play baseball outside and we went to Wisconsin and what have you. And then that student comes back and, it's in your camps and such as well. Contamination begin, shut down the whole program?
No.
You so you do self quarantine, or you do all 50 of your individuals, all 15 days off?
It depends on what kids that student interacted with. And it starts with how they got to campus. If that student rode with 3 other students and they come in and they don't pass the health screening or their temperature is too high, we send all of them home.
What if they're asymptomatic?
I'm sorry?
What if they're just carriers?
If they're just carriers and there's an outbreak later, then we go back. That's why we're keeping records of who's in what group and who's here on what days.
Mr. Rollman, does that go back to the flow chart that was mentioned earlier about the who has contact with who and what, and that's something that's going to be coming out, Dr. Layden?
Yes.
Thank you.
And in addition, Mr. Rollman, can you share, not all of our board members have high school students in athletics. Can you share what communication you've had to date and what communication, because with the state and this Illinois Department of Public Health changing so rapidly, how are you trying to communicate with families so that they can stay updated?
Well, all of our coaches have various methods of reaching out to their athletes, but one of the reasons that we had every athlete register, whether it was a camp that they had to pay for or they were simply putting in volunteer contact days with their coach, was that we then are able to communicate with them regularly through email. and sending out information. I have taken quite a few calls individually with parents asking about different pieces to this whole structure with athletics. But one of the things that we have tried to do repeatedly is to send out email communications. We also use our website and so forth to get that information out as well. I also monitor social media. I've seen some questions on social media in regards to athletics and activities, and I've reached out individually to those parents to talk to them and answer any questions that they have. And that's kind of how we've gone about trying to communicate with them.
Thank you.
Todd, so maybe a question to you. You may know this one. As we're rolling out our plan, other schools that we compete against are rolling out their plan. Obviously, their plans are not like ours. So therefore, that could come into play later on, where hopefully I assume we're going to be able to share that with the parents of students that potentially are going to go to compete in those areas, saying, hey, this is their plan. They're going 5 days a week, and therefore, the potential is probably greater there. So is that type of information that's going to be shared to parents before we go to different competitions?
It's a good question, Mr. Rivas. Mr. Rollman, has the IHSA and/or our conference talked about that? Will there be any possible stipulations that would be different for schools that are doing all remote or schools that are back at full capacity as far as who you could compete with and who you couldn't? Have they mentioned that at all?
The IHSA discussed today that if there are certain sections of the state that are not, their numbers are not going in the right direction and there seems to be a trend, it's very possible they would not be participating in interscholastic athletics. I will tell you that one of the things as athletic directors that we talk about each week is what each school district's plan may or may not look like. We have a couple of schools in our conference that are looking right now at going an all day. It would be a shortened day where they wouldn't have lunch, but all of their kids would be in school. We've got a couple of schools. I'm looking at LaSalle, looks like LaSalle, Peru, Rochelle High School. They're looking at half days and split schedules. Sycamore is also looking at a split schedule. Sandwich is looking at a schedule that looks very similar to ours with A and B days. And I'm not sure, to be honest, what Morris is doing yet. So that is a conversation that's coming up. And many of those meetings are either happening tonight or this coming Wednesday with their school boards to discuss their back to learn plan, their back to classroom plan.
Mr. Rollman, so to clarify also as part of Mr. Rivas's question, with the Restore Illinois plan, there's the different regions throughout the state. So is the IHSA taking those regions into consideration more so than what individual districts or individual schools might be doing for their return to learn plans?
They did not indicate that they were doing that, only
okay.
Would. They're not closing out anything. And this was actually part of this conversation that came up today was when the question came, would we allow a golf or a tennis as if we can't play football? And it's not an all or none model that the IHSA is looking at. And that's where they kind of took the tangent and started looking at, it's possible that a region might not be able to play where other regions could play. I would also add that right now there are no restrictions in regards to traveling out of state. Many of our schools today are very close to the Wisconsin border and talking about they regularly go up to Wisconsin to play games. But that is something that they will continue to monitor whether or not they will do that.
What do you have to say to parents that if we're doing this, well, I guess we are doing this AB model school, practice is usually 5 days a week, and little Johnny won't be at school Tuesday because he's on an off day or remote learning day. What are you expecting as far as practices and transportation and along those lines?
Well, I think we, as a coaching staff, we talk on a regular basis about the unique situation that Kaneland has with 142 square miles. So we are aware of that. And it's one of those things that we take on as a coaching staff to help our kids if they do need to carpool to get back to practice, because we also obviously know that when we talk about our younger athletes, they're not all going to be able to come back every day for practice. And so if that's the case, then we need to start looking at how we're running and how we're structuring our practices so that if I'm not able to come today, but because I'm not at school today, but I am tomorrow, that some of those things are repeated. If I'm putting in new plays or whatever that is, to make sure that we're constantly reviewing and reteaching those skills to our athletes, and not just saying, well, you weren't here yesterday, so we're moving on. That is not an educationally based athletic approach, and that's not the approach we would take. We want our kids to be active and involved, and if that means they have to miss from time to time, or there was another really good question that you guys posed earlier about what if I'm not able to be there until later, or what if I have to leave earlier? I think those are all things that our coaches have to take into account, because we're in a very unique situation. And there are going to be students who may need to leave early because they need a ride, or because they're going home because they're going to take care of a younger brother or sister, et cetera. And I think we need to look at all of those individuals, or all of those situations individually.
All right, should we keep moving?
Yes, please.
Don't all speak at once.
Thank you, Mr. Roman.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Julianne Fuchs. I'm the Associate Superintendent. I oversee all of the finance and operations for the district. A lot of the information that we've talked about tonight, it seems like we've kind of touched a little bit on the PPE, or the personal protective equipment. What I want to do is share with you just a few things that we haven't touched on with regard to the PPE, so that all of you are aware of what we've been up to. First of all, we have been busy acquiring a variety of PPE supplies throughout the summer. As it is on July 13th, I'm feeling fairly confident that we will have everything in place with regard to PPE by the first day of school. Most of the PPE I have on site at this time. With regard to face masks, we are asking that the parents provide their students with a mask. However, in the event that a mask breaks or something happens to it, any of those things, we have extra masks available. They will be made available in the offices, in the classrooms, and on the school buses. Additionally, Mr. Rollman has extra masks for his athletes. Any director that needs extra masks, we have provided those. Each classroom, as I mentioned, we've got bags ready to go for every classroom. They'll start with 10 extras, and then they'll be replenished as they need them. Just in case if a student needs a mask, we have those available. Face shields, similarly. Dr. Mumm mentioned the various times when face shields would be used. I have enough face shields on site for all of our elementary children that might need them. Additionally, we have ordered adult and medium sizes for students in foreign language classes, because with that language acquisition, again, they may need to be able to see the mouth for pronunciation. And so those face shields will be provided to all of our students. Please know that those face shields will be kept at school and will not be going home. That is important. Also, the state of Illinois has provided a mask for each of our students and staff. At this time, those have not arrived. However, once they arrive, we will put those in our rotation as well and get those distributed. With regard to the face mask break areas, one of the questions is how will we continue to keep our students safe when people are wearing masks with regard to potential predators. So primarily at the elementary and middle school levels, that's generally not a concern because you can identify the difference between an adult and an elementary student. The adults, of course, will have to have their IDs with them, or they'll have a swipe card to get into the buildings. At the high school level, we do have security at our various doors, and the bus drivers recognize their students for students that are riding the buses. However, we do have a safety committee, and that is one thing in light of the face masks that will be worn. We will review those safety procedures to see if there's anything else that we can do in order to protect our students and staff. We have increased our signage. It's not done yet. We will be increasing our signage throughout all of our schools and buildings. Dr. Mumm mentioned some of the various red and yellow tape. That is also in process for every classroom to have signs throughout the building with the 6 foot. A lot of that has already been acquired. Some of it has been ordered and some of it is free. So we're working on getting everything labeled and with signage. We want to encourage hand washing. As you know, with regard to that, we have received step stools for our early childhood through 2nd grade classrooms. Those will be distributed within the next week or two, but they are on site. We have them already. In each elementary classroom, there is a sink, but the soap dispensers are at the back. And so we wanted to provide stools so that any small children that couldn't reach would have access to the soap and so forth. The red and yellow tape, oops. Okay, Tim, go ahead and advance. On our buses, a couple things. One is they'll have to have a mask. Again, there will be extra masks available on the buses. We are installing hand sanitizer on the buses as well, so that the students, when they get on, they can use the hand sanitizer. Additionally, we are in the process of working on disinfecting the buses between routes. And again, Dr. Layden mentioned, I met with the cleaning company and our director of buildings and grounds. We had a second follow-up meeting and we have one more next week so that we can finalize all processes and procedures. So again, we'll have face masks, hand sanitizer, and disinfectant on our buses. The Director of Transportation has done an initial analysis. There's more to be done. The initial analysis shows that all elementary routes are under the 50 students. I do have a handful of high school middle school routes that will need to be a little bit tweaked to make sure that based on our separation, that they're also under 50 students. And one of the questions or concerns that came up from the community in some of the emails is the buses are hot. Similar to Mr. Roman, it is not ideal to be inside and doing athletics with masks on, but unfortunately that is the rule. So the best answer that we have with regard to the school buses and being hot is that we will have the windows open if it's not raining. And so hopefully that will increase the airflow, but the students will need to keep their masks on the school buses. With regard to water fountains, there will be signage there as well. We are encouraging all students to bring their own water bottle and then they'll use the water fountains to fill up their bottles. I'll be talking about the enhanced cleaning in just a moment. but we'll be cleaning the water fountains fairly often. The desk and learning areas, Dr. Mum covered, so I don't have anything to add to that. We have installed or are in the process, a lot of it's done, but there's still a few things to do. Plexiglass has been installed in all of our offices, and it will be installed in the nurses' offices and then in the cafeteria at the cashier stations. So we are adding plexiglass for an extra layer of protection. At this time, the plexiglass will not be added to the classrooms. We believe that there should be enough distance between the front of the classroom and where the students are seated. That in combination with the face masks and face shields should provide adequate protection for our staff. When I forgot to mention with the face shields, we do have one face shield for every adult or every staff member, and those will be distributed at the beginning of school as well. With regard to cleaning, we're working on the final how often and that, but please know that our cleaning will include additional staff in the evenings. Those additional staff members are being specially trained to focus on disinfecting. They will be using hospital grade disinfectants, most likely using electrostatic sprayers. There will be frequent cleaning of high touch areas, both in the common areas and the classrooms. Again, more details can be coming out with the cleaning. We are in the process of finalizing some of those important details. Tim, go ahead. With regard to the lunchrooms, that's probably one of our biggest challenges. We will have multiple places for students to eat that are not their classrooms. The seating in the lunchrooms will be marked again with the red and the yellow tape to provide the 6 feet separation. The lunchroom is one of the areas where when the students are eating, the masks can come off, and then when they're finished, they'll be asked to put their masks back on. The school lunches at the middle school and high school, they will be pre-portioned, wrapped, and given to the students. Students won't be reaching in and grabbing for things. They will be handed those lunches. For students that are qualified for free and reduced lunches, they can pick up their online lunch days when they are there on face-to-face days. So we'll be making arrangements for that to take place. Recess areas, again, similarly, you can only have 50 students in a certain area. We will start to mark off those areas. Recess monitors will know that certain number of kids can be in this area, certain number of kids in another area, and then rotating some of those on different days, different weeks to allow kids access to the playground and equipment. And what they had talked about for recess is doing some of the games that you might do in PE and trying to be a little bit more structured to help the students to stay safely distanced during recess. Tim, go ahead. Temperature checks. Mr. Rollman mentioned that all athletes are going through a temperature check, and then also with the questions related to COVID. That is something that is also mandated that we have to do before students come into our buildings, staff and students. At this time, we are planning to have staff and students self-certified that they have checked their temperature and that they have not experienced any COVID-related symptoms on a daily basis. We do believe that more guidelines are going to be coming. Additionally, we have heard that there will be some apps available in the very near future that we're waiting on to see what they look like and how they work. Additionally, Mr. Wolf in our technology department is looking for in-house solutions that we might be able to do and use. And so there are a variety of things that we're waiting on. That one, what I wanted to say is, as we move closer to the start of school, if for some reason we are not able to implement an electronic solution, we are prepared. I do have the thermometers on site in my office, ample thermometers to deliver to each school so that we can set up our plan B or plan C, having a variety of staff at doors, checking other staff and checking students as they come in. We would like to implement an electronic solution, but again, if that is not possible, we are prepared with a backup plan with thermometers. They're contactless thermometers, and they read very quickly and very accurately. So we've got plan A and B, and we'll have more information as it becomes available on the temperature checks.
This has to be done before they get on the bus or in the building?
For sure before they get in the building, but we recognize that we really don't want kids on the bus if they've got any of those symptoms. So our first plan would be to have them do something self-certified each day prior to entering the bus. Again, we're working on trying to figure out what that looks like electronically. If not, we may need to implement a different solution. So I'd like to defer that question for just a little bit longer while we wait and see what kind of electronic apps become available in the next couple of weeks here. Transportation I talked about a little bit earlier. The one thing I didn't mention, but we can only have 49 students and 1 driver per bus. The routes are looking, the initial analysis looks good. Students will be asked to sit with their siblings. This is different. Typically, when we have kids on a bus, we will put the older children in the back and the younger children in the front and separate them that way. Due to COVID, what we're going to be doing is asking students to sit with their siblings and fill the bus from the back to the front. First ones on, go to the back. That way they're not walking past all of the other people or all the other students. And then when they get off the buses, they'll get off from the front to the back. They won't be crossing from one another. And so that may be a little bit challenging in the afternoons, but we will work on a system to figure that out so that it makes most sense. Morning, pretty easy. Afternoon, it'll take a couple days or stops to try to figure it out, but we are going to work on keeping kids safely distanced to the best of our ability. And again, the buses will be sanitized with a spray application in between routes. Next. We've talked a little bit about this. We're hoping that we recognize that this is a burden on many of our elementary families, especially our working families. We do not want to minimize that whatsoever. So we are exploring and hoping to help you explore different options that can be available. Perhaps there are family members that might be able to work with daycare. Perhaps there's a small group of neighbors that are available to share responsibilities. Perhaps there's a high school student who can do their remote learning in the afternoon and evening and help care for younger children during the day. We are, as Dr. Mumm mentioned, working with a variety of the daycares in the area. There aren't that many, but we are also looking at another option that may involve having some daycare available, but at this time we are waiting for DCFS to give us the green light. So without too many details, we are working on a variety of things, but we do need families to plan. That is going to be very important that they get the calendar. We're going to put that out tomorrow. They'll have access to the calendar, and that they start to plan, as Dr. Mumm mentioned, get those dates on the fridge and start to line up daycare as it becomes for their students when they're going to be home. With regard to the one question, let me grab my sheet here. The question is what, oops, Dr. Mum will talk about that. Go ahead and go back one slide, please, Tim. Thank you. With regard to what happens when and if, as you've heard, we do have a flow chart, and I believe, Mr. Carey, you asked for a couple of specifics. Let me give you some specifics of what the flow chart mentions. If an individual had close contact with someone who tested positive, or they are suspected of having COVID, they can return after a 14-day quarantine from the date with the last contact with that individual. If they've tested positive and they've had symptoms, they can return after 10 days and after 72 hours of fever-free and improvement of the respiratory systems. So I think it's important to say that prior to COVID, in a school setting, our norm was if a child is fever-free for at least 24 hours, they could come back to school. In the time of this pandemic right now, if they haven't had COVID and they have a fever, maybe they have an ear infection or something else, now the guidance says fever-free for 72 hours before coming back. So I think that's an important distinction that parents need to start to consider, is that we need children to be fever-free for at least 72 hours. There are some other tests that, there are test-based strategies where if they are fever-free and they have no symptoms, they could have 2 negative COVID tests that are at least 24 hours apart. If they choose to do that, they would be allowed to return back to school. Those are some examples of the what ifs, and those same what ifs apply to staff as well. So at this time, I've covered the PPE, the cleaning, the transportation, the food service, and the what if when it happens, as well as the temperature checks and the self-certification. Are there any questions on any of these operational areas?
Dr. Fuchs, I have a question about buses. How are we going to maintain social distancing on them?
How are we going to maintain social distancing where, Mr. Lawler?
On the bus itself.
Mm-hmm. So first of all students should be facing forward. In the morning when they get on the bus, we're going to have kids sit with their siblings, and they're going to load from the back of the bus forward. When they get off the bus in the morning, they will get off one seat at a time from the forward or the front seats first. And remember, they're all wearing their masks on the school bus.
So it's been a while since I've been on a school bus. I forget. Is there enough space between bench to bench? No, there isn't.
Okay. There is not.
Okay, so they won't be 6 feet apart, but they will be wearing masks, and we're hoping that's enough to mitigate it.
That plus we don't want kids turning around. We want them facing forward so that they're not face to face.
I see what you're saying.
That air to one another.
Yeah, so if they sneeze into a bench, not into a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then prior to getting on the bus, I mean, I know we're not gonna be able to monitor it, but what are we gonna do to help encourage that they don't like mob up at the bus stops waiting for the bus to come?
I'm sorry, I'm having problems hearing you. What if they...
It's okay, it's part of my connection. So what can we do to help mitigate like the kids kind of mobbing up on the bus stops before they get on the bus?
Sure. You know what? We're going to rely on our parents to help us with that. Many of our bus stops have parents that come and they might park away or park a little bit or get out. We definitely need a village at this point and our parents to help our children understand the importance of 6 feet means outside and inside with masks.
Yeah, so I like that. I think I think we have to do that. How do we communicate that? Are we planning on letters? Are we planning on notes home? What's our plan to communicate that?
Yeah, we will have a variety of communications that go out starting tomorrow. And as we get closer to the start of school, there will be specific communications for various things. Remember these things about the buses. Remember, here's the calendar. We will continuously communicate to the best of our ability. And then oftentimes when we learn of something new or different that's problematic, we'll communicate at that point as well. We are fortunate that we are able to push out emails, phone blasts, and we can do it by groups, whether that be grade levels, whether that be last names. We can do it by bus routes. We have a variety of ways to push out information.
Thank you, Dr. Fuchs.
You might want to, you wanted to delay part of this question answering it anyway, but my question is going to be, parents get busy and forget to do stuff. So if little Johnny's standing at the bus stop and his parents haven't sent in or communicated the self-certification note, what happens to little Johnny? Same thing with if you're doing temperature checks as they get to the building and it's 20 below outside, but they forgot to send in a slip. What do we do? What happens to that child?
Yeah, so we will be prepared for this children that either can't do it because their parents left early for work and the child wasn't maybe out of bed yet, or the parent or the child that forgets to do it on a given day. We will be prepared to assess them by asking them the questions, as well as the contact less with the thermometer. How that looks at each building might be slightly different. We need to get our staff back on site to work some of those details out.
And we've referenced this flow chart a few times, but if some child comes down with a fever at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, does that flow chart tell us which classrooms, which buses, which librarians are going to have to take whatever action?
So it does not. One thing that we talked about, similar to Mr. Rollman, I meet weekly with all of the business officials across the county. One thing that we've learned through those meetings is that the Kane County Health Department, they will actually be responsible for contact tracing. And so we may provide them with information, but the guidance is pretty clear. And Dr. Layden read the sentence earlier, but 6 feet apart and 15 or more minutes sustained is the threshold. If it's less than that, then we would provide information to those people. And yes, if that person tests positive, we will provide the names for people that should be quarantined for 14 days with that. But if that student has seasonal allergies, ear infections, or strep throat, it might be possible for that student to come back to school in less than 10 days. But please remember that they need to be fever-free for 72 hours. Additionally, the guidance says that we need to have a quarantine room that is separate from our nurse's office. That quarantine room needs to be near a doorway so that when the parents come to get the students, say at 1 o'clock when they get sick, that they can get in, get the child, and get out very easily. So we are identifying areas where that quarantine room can be, and that is separate from the nurse's office, because the state recognizes that we have children that come to the nurse's office for various medications throughout the day, and they certainly don't want to be exposed to COVID if we've got somebody running a fever.
So if we have a high school student that in the middle of the afternoon tests positive or comes down with symptoms, he's been in 3 or 4 different classrooms within 6 feet of many kids for 15 minutes, and on the bus, you could be taking out 50 kids for self-quarantine, if I'm understanding what you're saying.
That is possible. However, remember that in the classrooms, your students are going to be 6 feet apart. And if they're going to their seats, getting to their seats that are 6 feet apart, that's not sustained for 15 minutes or more. So I don't think it's going to be as many as you're thinking, but the potential does exist.
Mr. Carey and all the board members, that's the importance of, we will note seating charts, consistent seating charts on the bus, in classrooms. That will also help it'll help us determine those that were in the contact areas and those who we can communicate with. Please also note too that due to HIPAA regulations, when we do send that information out to families, we wouldn't identify individual staff members or student members, just that their student may have been in contact during whatever event, whether it was a practice, their lunch, or their classroom, to try to protect student identity also.
I guess to further clarify too, is that literally every time there's a temperature over 100.4, or is there another criteria for potentially COVID?
They would have to test positive for COVID before we would quarantine or send that information out to quarantine, because you don't know. We need to distinguish between, is that an ear infection or is that COVID?
So if someone goes to the nurse's office and they have 100.4 temperature, I'm guessing they still might go to the quarantine room, but they go home, they will not be back in school at least for 72 hours. And then from there, it depends. It depends what happens. That
is correct.
So what happens if a staff member, either certified staff or support staff, doesn't have a medical exception and doesn't want to come back because they don't feel it's personally safe? Is there option to resign?
Dr. Atkins?
Yes, that would be a possibility for any staff member. It is important to know that medical exemptions, of course, would be honored and recognized, but a generalized concern or fear would not be one of the legally acceptable reasons to not return to work. That is unfortunate, but at the same time, that is the law. So, yes. And there are other, and before an employee would have to resign, there are a variety of leave options that have always been in place and continue to be in place for all of our staff. In addition to that, under the FFCRA, the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, staff members and employees do get 10 days that they can stay home for quarantine that are not then taken away from their sick days. So they would be able to fulfill a quarantine. You figure the 10 work days would be 5 in 1 week and 5 in another, plus the 2 weekends. That's your 14-day quarantine period, and those days don't count against them. So if I have my 12 sick days that are awarded to me at the beginning of the year, and I get COVID and I have to stay home in quarantine, I still have my 12 days because the federal government has provided us the recourse to provide 10 days at no cost to the employee. So there are a variety of steps prior to resignation that we would hope we would work with individuals to work out.
And then my other question was about the buses. Raise your hand if you think the kids are going to face forward all the time and not face each other, and who's going to enforce that? I mean, at this point, we don't have aides on every bus, so what would happen? I mean, is there any enforcement, any support for the poor bus drivers? Because they can't do that and drive.
That's a great question and a great reality. I think though, in today's world where every child and student is wearing a mask, and every parent is telling their children to be careful, again, we're gonna depend on both the teachers, the parents, the bus drivers, et cetera, to really emphasize to the students how important it is that they follow these bus rules and guidelines. And then if we find that there's a particular route, you know, we've got the cameras and the videos on every bus. If we've got drivers that are reporting particular bus routes, the kids aren't doing it, we do have administrators that could potentially help us with that. Our deans of students, our SRO. So depending on the age level, we have a variety of supports in place to help the driver. They may not be able to be helped on demand right then and there when they're driving, but we can certainly ramp it up as we prepare the kids.
And could kids actually be removed from the bus route if there's a repeat offender child, like that continually touches other students, or I don't know what else it would be, but.
Yeah, we would have to follow progressive discipline, just like we would in any other discipline case. However, that is one of the options that we have, a 1-day bus suspension, a 2-day or something like that, so that they understand the importance of the safety rules in the bus. Because this is going to rank up there as a safety rule, just like it would throwing things on the bus, very unsafe. At this point with the pandemic, taking your mask off and facing one another is very unsafe.
Okay, thank you.
Julianne, question on the bus. So first of all, are you mixing families? If you have a family of 1 and a family of 3, are they mixing on the seats? Are they be mixing? How's that going to be handled?
It depends on how many kids are actually on that route. We will try to avoid that. However, I'm not sure that we can. So at that point, those masks become very, very important. At the elementary level, it's going to be easier than it is at the middle school and high school level. The other thing that's the unknown is that we do not know how many parents will actually drive their kids to school. And so the numbers that I'm looking at are maximums. It could very well be less than that. And in that case, it'll be easier to have your singletons and siblings that siblings sit together, but without somebody from next door.
I haven't been in a bus in a while, but I believe the kindergartners come at different times, right? Yes, no? And then the rest?
They come at the same time if they're half day in the morning, but then they go home midday just on a kindergarten route.
All right, so all the ones that are coming in potentially outside of the split, if you will, they'll all come in at the same time.
Yes.
High schoolers, everything.
Well, elementary routes are different than middle school and high school routes.
Okay.
And then your kindergartners, if they have only afternoon, they would come in on a kindergarten route and then go home in the afternoon with the other elementary children. So there's a variety of routes and configurations.
What's the cutoff on the elementary? From 1 to 5? Fifth grade? So only the elementary schools.
Yeah. And the other thing I was thinking when you asked that question, Pedro, and is that the backs of the seats are quite tall. And so that is going to be another protection or layer of protection that if in fact the kids are seated with their siblings facing forward, they do have another barrier between them and the next set of kids. And if they're not standing up and they're sitting, they shouldn't hardly be able to see over it.
Right. And that's where I was going with that question is I was just trying to understand the mix because I haven't been on a bus in a while. Was that is the level, I believe, kindergarten to 4th that we're bringing in every day, right?
No.
No, did I misunderstood?
All students are on the AB schedule, except for a very small population of students with special needs.
I thought there was a level that we were bringing in 4 days.
Early childhood, yes.
Early childhood, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're on their own routes.
Okay. If we go to the athletic, I guess going to a football game, if you will. Usually in the past, you rely on buses to come in from the routes so that people can go off to the athletics, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And there's usually a bus shortage. And if you're talking to a certain amount of people that can be on a bus, does that quantify that we're going to need more buses?
I don't believe so, Pedro. The shortage typically comes with drivers in the springtime. The other thing that happens is sometimes we can't get our buses back in time to leave as early as the coaches would like.
Right.
What I could see or envision happening as a potential in that, and to your question, is perhaps some of the student athletes would leave a little bit later. Once we get another bus back, then the bus would have to be sprayed, wait 10 minutes, and then they could leave with a group of students. So it may be a little bit inconvenient, or they may be a little bit late, but we should have enough pieces of equipment.
Okay. Talking about the little guys, the ones that can't take their masks home, if you will. And they talked about a Ziploc bag, putting masks in there. Who cleans those masks?
Yep. Those are face shields.
Face shields, excuse me.
Yep.
Who cleans those?
The students will. The students will clean their own.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Water fountains. Are those that you can push with your elbow type of thing, or push buttons, or what kind do we have?
We have a variety. We have with your elbows, we have the buttons on top. It just depends on the age of the school.
Also, little Johnny forgot his water bottle today. Do we also have, or we're looking at as a plan B to supply water as well?
You know what, that's a great question. I was going to maybe reach out to some of the PTOs and see if that's something that they might want to help with.
Okay. You know that's going to happen.
Yes,
Cleaning. Does the elementary move around rooms? Or do they stay in one room?
They do move around. They go to their specials, which include art, PE, music, etc. And then also in 4th and 5th grade, they move a couple times for their various academic subjects.
And I guess it comes down to cleaning. Is that done? I know you're working on that still. Is that done between periods? Is that done after school, before school? Where's those phases, if you will?
Yep. The cleaning for that primarily will be after school with the electrostatic sprayers and the disinfectants. However, a teacher, I'm hopeful, I'm almost sure, but again, we're finalizing. I believe that there will be a spray bottle in each classroom with some kind of towel or rag that teachers will be able to wipe surfaces should they need to. The good news right now is that the primary method of the transfer of the COVID is still from person to person. It appears that it's less and less surface related. So while we are going to do the preventative cleaning, some of that may be unnecessary, but depends. If you've got somebody positive, then we got to clean that area. So it just depends.
Medical expert, but I've heard both sides. But anyway, thank you.
Dr. Sorry, Meg.
I just have two questions. One, the slide before this was about daycare, and the 3 options offered are just frankly not options for a lot of folks within the community. Has there been any word from the Sugar Grove Park District in terms of before and after care and what they're looking at?
Yep. So they will still offer before and after care, but that is who I'm working with to try to figure out a way to use Meredith. But we're waiting on DCFS to tell us if it's allowable. So, and then that would be providing care on the off days. So in the meantime, we're reaching out to some of the other daycares to see if that's something that they can do too. And I know that they're reaching out to their own people to see what the interest level is. Everybody's kind of waiting for the plan tonight to come out to parents to finalize things.
Sure. You also mentioned the half day and full day kindergarten in terms of bus pickups. And I realize we've had a lot of questions from parents in regards to full day kindergarten. Is it really going to be different now from half day kindergarten? What does that actually look like?
Sure. I'll defer to Dr. Mom.
It is different because on the face-to-face day, The full day experience is the full 7.5 hours, where half day is just 2.5 hours. And then on the application online part, the amount of application project or games or materials they'll be sent home with in order to engage will be closer to the 4 or 5 hours for a full day and closer to 1.5 hours to 2 hours for half day. So there's a considerable learning difference. Face-to-face time for sure, and application time, the expectations are higher as well.
Any other questions? Keep on moving.
So the next part of it is just the AB model calendar, which we've referenced in a couple of different sections. Tim, if you want to open up the calendar link just so we can take a quick peek. This is the document that will be available to every parent starting now. So like as Dr. Fuchs said, please diligently look especially at the Wednesdays. You know kind of your A and your B day, your Monday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Friday. But that Wednesday time is something that you want to note and find that daycare option or think about how to configure that as a family. You will notice right in that September 9th period, due to Labor Day, you'll see A's come 2 weeks in a row, followed by the catch up of B's and then A's that take us down to the November date, which is a parent conference date. We do not have school on that Thursday, Friday, and the other holiday that we're looking at for this year only is that election day. All schools are closed on that November 3rd date. And so you'll see that it fits for B to be on that 4th date on that given November week. We will, for the first couple weeks, be publicizing heavily this coming Wednesday is an A, this coming Wednesday is a B, sending out those school messenger reminders so that people can kind of get into the flow. And then our special weeks with holidays, we will remind staff as well. The one major difference is August 12th, which is our first Wednesday. That typically is a back to school face-to-face student start day. But since we will want to have one A day and one B day in that first week, especially also with the anxiety that students may be feeling, every grade span and every school will be publicizing about a week before school the open house schedule where families can either sign up or come in at designated times to visit the school and spend some time not necessarily engaging in curriculum night activities with teachers, but seeing the learning spaces, taking a tour around the building to try to really get the comfort level of students. They'll have the capability of seeing staff wearing masks or face shields during that time. Again, it is not curriculum night. We are going to have a virtual curriculum night for 1st through 5th grade on the Monday before school at the regular time of 3 to 5 with a virtual live tour and live Zoom question and answer with your teacher. So on that Wednesday, it's really about coming in and seeing the school setting, looking at the lunchroom and getting prepared for our first full face-to-face day with our A group on Thursday and our B group on Friday. Our B group on Friday, the 14th, will have application work to do on Thursday. Although they haven't met their teachers in person yet, they will start with application work and then they'll come face-to-face on Friday, where our A group will start with face-to-face and then have application on Friday. And we are working with our teaching staff to make sure that that first application and assignment project is very relational, reflective for our B group because we haven't started any live content with them. And so this is absolutely a calendar that I was referencing earlier, print off, highlight, hang it, post it in a couple different places, the bathroom mirror, so when you're seeing and brushing your teeth, you remember, or the refrigerator up front, and then definitely in your students' bedrooms as well, and have that as a planning tool and discussion.
And for our board members to also note on Wednesday, August 12th, that is a change on our calendar. So at our next board meeting, we will bring calendar updates to change the 12th to a parent-teacher half day, and also November 3rd no school due to the state-mandated election day holiday. So those are both notes that the board members will see at our next meeting on July 27th.
And you said that November 3rd is being put to the end of the school year, correct?
Yes, there'll be one day, and that will be the other day that will shift. We'll add one day on to the end of the school year.
You're ready to keep going, I think?
Yep, we do have about 4 slides left, and we'll transition to Mrs. Eggleston and Dr. Adkins as they'll share the last 4 slides.
Yep. So Fran Eggleston, Director of Special Services. We took the opportunity in the next 2 slides just to share and compile the list of next steps in preparation as we move forward with the AB schedule. So and many of these have already been mentioned, but as Dr. Mumm and Mr. Raleigh indicated, that we will be doing the curriculum compacting with the teachers. And then additionally, the classroom teachers and administrators are looking at the classroom spaces so that they can make sure that the learning is following the social distancing of 6 feet apart. There has been a lot of work already reviewed and they're in the process of moving the furniture and so on. Dr. Fuchs also mentioned that there'll be some signs in regards to marking the hallways, the lunch areas, and the recess areas as well for the students to be able to see what's appropriate and areas that they need to stay away from. We will continue to monitor any further guidelines as David Roman indicated as well, along with Dr. Layden as well, knowing that we're looking at state guidance from the state and from ISB and then from the Illinois Department of Public Health as well. Tim, you can go on to the next one. Thank you. We'll continue to make any needed edits to the student handbooks if necessary. We are in the process of working with staff and administration in order to provide virtual tours of learning spaces that we can send to families and students in late July so people have an understanding of what that looks like. We're in the middle of planning an open house for August 12th. We are also going to be creating modules in our Canvas system as well in regards to specific course information. And then additional staffing needs, as we mentioned earlier, we're taking a look at what our needs are going to be and compiling what those might look like so we can bring that back to the board as well.
Tim, if you could give us the next slide then. And I just realized I neglected to introduce myself before I commented a little while ago. My name is Dr. Chris Atkins. I'm the Director of Human Resources for Kaneland School District. We wanted to talk real quick about what's coming next for parents. We've mentioned a couple of times that there would be a medical exemption for the remote learning. If a student has a medically certified reason to not attend in person or face-to-face, there will be a process that goes out from Dr. Fuchs in the morning that will outline what a family can do to notify us of their intent and then also provide that documentation. They would submit that to the school office. We're going to be tallying that information. And then like we talked about a couple of times earlier tonight, pairing that with then potential staff who also have a similar process that they'll be getting from me tomorrow of notifying us of their intent and then providing that medical certification. There is also the option to be medically exempt from wearing face masks while maintaining 6-foot separation and some of those other safety protocols. We do have a variety of students who may or may not medically truly be able to wear a face mask for extended period of times or if at all. We are still waiting for some guidance from ISB and the Illinois Department of Public Health, which we would then work with our legal team to come up with a process and a form for that, but that is forthcoming. We did talk a little bit before about the AB rotation and what we may do if a single household has multiple surnames, and we do want to recognize that that may exist. We want to make sure that we're able to then look at those situations and ensure that just by having two different surnames in one household, we can still place that household into either A or B, so that way they're not juggling two different days. There are not at this time any childcare exemptions available, and that has been a practice with things like transportation and such for quite a long time. Throughout July and August, I think it's critical for families to consider working with their students, their children, to talk about wearing face coverings and building that endurance, and also practicing social distancing. We spoke earlier today, I believe someone commented that children have been wearing face masks and maybe more resilient and those kinds of things, and we agree, but that comes with practice and that comes with the application of practice. And so we'll be working with our families to access some of those resources we have and be able to work with their children to build endurance for wearing face masks. And then also, what does 6 feet look like? How might I know what 6 feet is or is not? And then as they practice that at home, in the community, we can continue to reinforce that and support that in schools and help all of us collectively keep each other healthy. We'll have those video tours coming from our admin team. We'll begin to get those plans out in early August for the August 12th open house. And then, Tim, if you could go to the next slide. I know we also talked about what may come next if we revert to a earlier phase 3 or phase 2, or if we progress to phase 5. And we do have a document that the administration is continuing to work on, continuing to get guidance from all the various agencies that we're responsible and beholden to make sure that we have a well thought out plan for phase 3, phase 2. That way, if we do have to regress to those phases and the governor orders us back to those, we can just seamlessly slip into those phases and provide learning for our students. So we do have that document available. It is a document in progress, but it does outline all of those components for all of those phases. We have spent our time tonight, of course, focusing on phase 4, because that is the phase that we are in and anticipate being in come the start of school on August 12th. So I think that covers the couple of things I had, Dr. Layden.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Atkins and Mrs. Eggleston. As we move forward to the final slide, just a couple reminders, a couple additional thoughts, and then we'll see if there's other questions that board members have generated or that we have. Again, we're going to update the COVID-19 link, and one of the primary goals is to continue to communicate in real time as much as we can. We know that this is dynamic and it's changing quickly. So with a lot of the questions that board members asked tonight, a lot of the questions that were forwarded that we tried to build into the presentation, we will still go back and review questions that we've received and update an FAQ with those that maybe we haven't touched on, and still also including some that we have touched on that are important. And we will continue to share and update that to our families. And just with our goal now for the next month is just communicating as much as we can regularly and ongoing. There will be a number of questions that will need to be addressed. And I think the other idea too will be is once Tim has this link secured, we'll also put the link from this meeting. While lengthy, there was great information. We'll put this link on the COVID-19 site too, so that way parents can find it quicker than going into the board page and scrolling through and finding it that way. So those are, again, just a couple closing thoughts, and wanted to see if there were other questions that were generated from or questions from board members that were generated from the last few slides.
I have a bunch, but maybe I'll ask one and then let other people jump in. Okay. I was wondering if we could maybe speak just a little bit to maybe how we gathered our data and our survey collection. I know that question came up a lot was, what was our thinking when we put that survey together? Why did we wait till when we did do it? Can you speak a little bit about that, Dr. Layden, or maybe Dr. Mum?
Yeah, part of the reason for waiting on the timing, as you know, and we all know that the guidance is continuing to change. So we were looking to hope to have that final guidance from the state rather than, so that way we could make a more of a targeted survey as opposed to cutting a wider swath if we did a survey prior to having that last guidance. The other thing that we did, or that I did actually consider and think about, was what would a parent forum look like? What would it look like if we tried to gather parents, whether it's in person or Zoom? In person would be 50 or Zoom. And part of the complicating factor with that is, as I've seen the thoughts and the views that have been diametrically opposed as far as return to learn plans, sometimes forums that we know are going to have wide-ranging views and details. Sometimes it's hard to gather that, and it's hard to keep that focused when there's so many different views from families. So based on that, rather than a forum, we do get the feedback from, or we did get the feedback from the survey, and also look at the emails that have been generated, both to staff members and to administration, as well as our Board of Education too, Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Dr. Lind. One more, and then I'll let other people jump in. And this is more about just like the socio-emotional aspect of all of this. What are our supports going to be in place for students, for parents, for faculty, staff? What are we going to do to help support people's emotional needs during this? This is going to be a really trying time for a lot of our stakeholders.
Dr. Amon, can you update both what some of the ideas we've talked about for staff and support in that area, and then also what staff is building for students?
Yep, we have a large portion of our strategic plan, as you know, 1/5 of it, of our Kaneland commitments, is really that research process of social emotional needs and what is out there. And we want to continue that process. That's not something that can be put on hold because it's more, it's needed more now than ever. And so we're going to continue it with the Kaneland Connect's commitment of social emotional learning. We also are looking at a training session that's going out to all staff this summer that they can independently do for a credit on COVID-19 specific SEL supports for students. We found many research articles, videos, some interactive activities that will be put together in a module for them to complete for in-district credit that really fosters how do you build that relationship in short amount of time or short spurts like an A-B model? How do you ask different reflective questions to know where they're coming in, because they're going to come in different this spring or this fall based on their spring experience than they did any other fall that you maybe have taught. And then for staff, we're really looking at how do we shift a little bit of our professional development to focus on what do you need as a staff member, and more teacher choice sessions that include a strand of personal wellness, mental health wellness, and really looking at you need to take breaks sometimes mentally and physically too. And so how can you do that within the current structure we are? A lot of our school improvement days are increasing the amount of staff SEL support. We're also looking at during face-to-face teaching, is there an opportunity at any time if I need a break at a given moment because of something that's happening, or I just need to step outside for a moment? What staff do we have on site that have that flexibility, like possibly an instructional coach or a response to intervention that may be able to give that staff member a little of on-the-spot support for something that I just am unable to handle at the moment? And we're working, of course, when our social workers are coming back at every level, really thinking about from their expertise, what are we missing for student support, for parent support, and for staff support. And so our plan isn't fully vetted yet, but that's what we've been working on so far.
Thank you.
Todd, how is your split from the A through L, whatever that was, M to Z, whatever that split was? What's the percentages on both sides of students attending the A and B?
Yeah, the A through K to L to Z.
Right.
That Dr. Mum and Patrick have worked with enrollment and worked with each of the buildings. Dr. Mum and Mr. Raleigh, how close are those numbers between that alphabet slice?
At the elementary level, we are very close on all grade levels except for second grade currently at a few of the buildings. For some reason, our second grade is very heavily loaded in one end of the alphabet. And so we're looking to see what can be done and kind of remedied through some exceptions with that. As Dr. Atkins said, we do have the capability that some students may be taking a medical exemption, so we're not making changes yet to the roster because we want to see what the medical exemptions do to kind of shift that naturally for us. But we may need to be having some conversations with families that are on one end that we need to approach and see if they could possibly attend the other end. But otherwise, beyond kind of that segmented grade level and also a certain school that might have a heavier load, we're able to balance it so far. Patrick?
Yeah, for the middle school and high school, we have looked at actually an AK split, an AL, and an AM, and the AK was as close to 50-50 as we would be able to get. Now, the tricky part for the middle school and high school is, especially at the high school, those aren't necessarily grade specific. There's a lot of intermixing of freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors. So we're in the process, or we'll be going through the process of looking at individual class rosters to see exactly what that A through K split looks like. And that's where we had referenced in some previous slides where we might need to look at some specific shifting if we have one class period that is really, really heavy in A students, maybe shifting some of them to a B day schedule. So that we will have to run some schedules and take a look at the class numbers, but the A through K is fairly close to a 50-50 split.
And so we are making that shift. We are doing it with all the siblings. Mm-hmm. And so we just had some conversation today about a possible elementary shift, but it incorporates a middle school student. So those two principals are collaborating to make sure that it's got to be a family decision. We don't want to split between the 2 days.
So at this moment, you're also holding off on potential requests for Mary and Liz, which are neighbors, but yet they're A and B separated, if you will, and you're holding off on even entertaining that part of it because they just got to be together.
Yes, we're not looking as an exemption reason.
All right, great. So you're being pretty strict on that for at least for now.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So it seems likely, based on what's going on around the rest of the country, that we will be reverting shortly after school starts to phase 3 or phase 2. When do we hear what the new and improved plan for 100% remote learning will be?
It's a great question, Mr. Carey. One of the tasks that we have now is juggling both this phase 4 return to learn, and then also at the same time, while that's being implemented and supported, also starting to review what phases 2 and 3 would look like. So that is underway and it's being looked at. And in, I think it was in one of the documents, it lays out in one of the links from the presentation tonight, it lays out 2 and 3, phases 2 and 3, not quite as detailed as 4 because we're not there yet, but it does give an overview of what it looks like and how it will be different from the spring.
Yeah, I think I saw that link, but there was need more meat and potatoes than that like paragraph that gives us that it was given in the document. And
there will be, but I think given the amount of time that it took tonight, we can probably only take one phase at a time in a board meeting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I have a feeling that there's staffing requests or additional staffing requests coming. When are we going to see those? Or are we going to see that? I'm making an assumption that you're going to be asking for more staff to manage this situation. So I guess my question is, when will we see those requests?
Could be at each of the upcoming board meetings, the as needed or as requested at the July 27th meeting, and then subsequently at the first meeting in August, which I believe is August 10th. So it could be at either or both of those meetings once we learn what it's going to be like once we compile the data.
Thank you.
I feel like one of the questions a lot of the parents have emailed the board, the administration about is really this concept of the off day and this virtual component that isn't really virtual. Is there anything we can do to offer more support on those off days?
Dr. Mumm and Mr. Raleigh, as the feedback and the information from administrators as planned that day in this cycle, were there other additional thoughts that were shared during some of your CHESS planning?
I think that use of our response to intervention staff, our special ed related service staff, depending on who is in a face-to-face cohort or group on a given day, they may be flexible to do more small group live instructions, contact with students, following up to make sure that the application work answers and accountability are there, as well as clarity or a reteaching of a concept that maybe they had face-to-face. It's not to say that we haven't brainstormed other opportunities. If we have the flexibility to add any type of staff member, whether it would be someone that would be non-certified, but under the planning and direction of a certified staff member that could hold some small group sessions, that's an opportunity that we've brainstormed. The brainstorming of extending those support services, all kind of back to what Mr. Carey had talked about, that possibility of additional staff. I think we've got foundational structure to start with our RTI related service and some special ed staff that we can expand opportunities with additional staff if that is what is needed.
And the same would hold true for the middle school and the high school. I think those instructional coaches are going to be key. Those that have a little bit more flexibility in their schedules and the opportunity to reach out to those families. So I think we start there and then see what needs arise as we go.
I think we've also brainstormed at all levels collectively together as an EC12 district of, is there something in your prep work starting this summer of that paid prep time for compacting? Are there some cornerstone videos on your reported standards that you would want to make to have posted in Canvas that kids could access at any time to recall a major concept within your content area? And that will be something that we encourage as you're compacting. If there's just, a little mini lesson, and if we can get some of those pieces together and staff have that summer planning to really look at that, they could have them posted as constant references as students are applying their knowledge during the online work.
This is probably more elementary where you have more teams, but I just keep going back to like, how can the district be a team? How can other teachers leverage what one teacher is doing so every teacher doesn't have to make a video? Maybe, I don't know, but I don't know if that's practical, because I know students would relate so much better to their teacher. But same thing with answering questions. If a student is stumped, it just seems like if it's not directions, this is what I expected out of you, but if it's more content, but just access to information or helpline sort of virtual communication, and obviously their peers as well. I think those chats that I presume will happen. It just seems like there's I would agree that we're hearing a lot of angst over those offline days or online days, depending on how you look at it. But I think it could be a great effort that some kids might succeed in that environment, but I'm just really concerned about those who it's not as set up for their strong suit.
I think we need to be diligent.
Yeah. Hi, Patrick.
I think we need to be diligent with our collaboration time. I do think that there's an opportunity to reframe some of those conversations that we are having in all levels in one form or another, have that time built in at the elementary, with team time at the middle school, with a late start KLC time at the high school, to look at having possibly different conversations to help students in those online days. I think that Barbara, you said it well, that we possibly have a good opportunity to start to have some of those conversations. I think it would be a pretty effective time.
In the compacting email that's going out to staff with the video of how to compact that, we encourage as ed service directors to do this as a team, as job alikes, as at least school-based job alikes, so that you can divide and conquer. And it's not every teacher kind of creating something themselves, so that they can collaborate on preparing materials, collaborate on preparing the videos or the tips or whatever it is that they want to support the curriculum. And then we have opened up Meredith Professional Development Center so that those meetings can take place, and they have tons of resources around them so that they are, containing and not all over the schools, but within Meredith having that ability to do some collaboration, and then having our department there to support them in the work. And we had a request today for staff of, so when can we come in? And as a team, we already want to set up a time to come in and begin that work as a team. So that's the teamwork is what we absolutely are encouraging for that process.
And Mrs. Barber, in addition to the teachers, when we talked with Beak support staff group, they also shared that flexibility, when and where there's flexibility within their schedule, they're willing to all hands on deck and help out too. As an example, if they have a student or a program that is not meeting every day or all day, they shared that they would be willing to investigate other ways to engage students, whether it's students at home or other students that they're seeing need some extra support.
I got a question. So, if something does happen, and we potentially will, first of all, if we potentially do the checks and whatever, and says that, yeah, your potential, were that child or whoever that may be, they have to go somewhere and get tested, right? And if we identify somebody that has some of the symptoms, they have to go out and go get tested, right?
Based on each one of those cases, to come back early, they would have to self-certify. But if they are going to stay home and quarantine, I would have to look at the guidance again, unless another cabinet member remembers from the guidance. If somebody, as we send them home, based on the directions that we have and the directives that we can give, we know that they at least have to self-quarantine for the 14 days. I can't say for sure. I don't recall. Dr. Adkins, do you recall if we can mandate an official test be given?
I don't believe that we can mandate the test be given. And that's part of the challenge with some of these directives, is that there's a legal difference between guidance that may have you do something, recommends you do something, and requires it. So those are still things that we're waiting for clarity on from both the state, IDPH, ISB, and our legal team. So what the recommendation is that if someone, even the circumstance you're talking about, Mr. Rivas, is someone is suspected of having COVID and has symptoms, there's kind of two prongs that we can take. One is a symptom-based strategy, which would mean that they can return after 10 days passed since the onset of symptoms, and that it's been at least 72 hours since the resolution of a fever and improvement of symptomology. Or we could take a test-based strategy, which means they can return after they're fever-free, improvement of the respiratory symptoms, and 2 negative COVID tests in a row at least 24 hours apart. So, if you have that student who is just simply sick, maybe they've got strep or something, they go home, they get 2 COVID tests 24 hours apart, they're on antibiotics, they're feeling better 24 hours later, their symptoms go away. They can return prior to 14 days. But again, each circumstance has got to kind of go through that if-then process, and it's a little difficult to give generic A equals B kind of answers to all those questions.
All right, so it's a check and balance, if you will, on those things. Yes. So the other question I had, just in case we do have an outbreak, and then it's a certain amount, say it's the football team. Do we have resources? Is there ROE given is there a resource that they say, yeah, here's here's a designated area, because it's not like they just send them to the doctors, because the doctors don't do this. They have to go, I assume they have to go to designated areas where they're actually doing COVID tested. I mean, do we have such, has anybody reference a potential lineup of resources to say this is where students from this district or potentially may go to get tested, or is it up to the families?
It's a good question. That one would be up to their families. We families based on their healthcare providers, based on their plans, that within their plan, they would be able to determine where they want to go to get their test.
There is a list, though, at the IDPH website of sites that are offering testing. And I know there's still a drive-through one, like at the Aurora Outlet Mall. That's the one in our area. That's like the, you know, the one that's provided by the IDPH. And then I was just looking at it the other day. They also had other urgent care facilities and things like that listed where you could go. So there is a resource.
Thank you, Mrs. Whitten. That's also another item as the ROE communicates to us in the Illinois Department of Public Health when they share information. Those are the kind of things that we can put on our, again, on our website and on our links for families to try to access for just their convenience.
Okay, one last question. So Julianne talked about us having temperature machines, if you will. Are we considering potentially doing random testing as well at the doors, or we're just going to totally rely on self-checks?
Dr. Layden, we talked about that this morning.
Yes,
so thank you for that question, Mr. Rivas. We do believe that we will probably do some random checks at our doors.
Thank you.
Who will conduct those and select the randomization?
It will be either administrators or school nurses.
And as far as randomizing it, we would pick either an entire bus, an entire door, an entire location, as opposed to any groups coming in together and then pulling individuals out from the group.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I still.
What'd you say, Aaron? Did you say?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure you could hear me. Can you hear me?
Oh, yep, okay. I can.
Yep. All right. So, what's our plan if a teacher or a teacher's family tests positive? What are we doing with all of the students that teacher gets in contact with?
I think we'd have to look at what we, in contact, because all the various guidance defines what contact is, and that's that within 6 feet for more than 15 sustained minutes. So theoretically, again, everything's contextual, right? There may be a teacher whose circumstances are such that they have not had intimate contact of that 6 feet for more than 15 minutes with their students. And so that may not then meet the qualification for close contact. At the same time, there may very well be a teacher who interacts with every single student in that kind of capacity. And so we'd have to look at that and then start then looking at those students for either quarantine or symptomology and start going through our if-then process with each of those circumstances.
So I agree with you, Chris. I think that, of course, we have to look at it from individual case basis, right? But I'm also thinking, like, logistically, if you ask me which students I was in close contact with today or 2 days ago, that would be a very difficult question for me to answer accurately, right? And so I feel like we will need some kind of formal guidance for that, because you're putting that teacher under a lot of stress on that teacher's ability to come up with that list accurately. And that concerns me.
Correct. And then, that contact tracing component is one that we would probably, I believe we talked about earlier, would get assistance from the King County Department of Health with. There's also been discussion about like the self-certification piece and some apps and things that may tie into that. There's a lot still to be figured out in detail for that, Dr. Lawler. You're absolutely
okay. Yeah, I hope we have something a little bit more formalized and just to help protect our teachers, right? And our families, right? Because
yes.
Johnny's may have been in contact with this teacher. That's a pretty difficult discussion to have,
Right. And I think, like a lot of things, it's the combination of factors. So symptomology with fever, with close contact, with confirmed diagnoses, all of those things will point you down different if-then paths according to that. We referenced that flow chart a couple of times, but there are those kind of, it needs to be A and B and C to do this. It needs to be A and B and D to do that. It needs to be A and B and E to do the other thing. And so, we do have some rough guidance on that, but we're still working out some of those details for sure.
And Dr. Lawler, also some of our documentation and paperwork will be set templates, but also know and realize within this pandemic world that there will be probably some gray to a number of those different cases based on each of the details on each respective case, whether it is a teacher or a student. And then as we do the investigation, that paperwork will be great to start, but then it's always going to be a little, or could potentially be flexible on each individual reference or case.
Yeah, thank you. My last question, guys, sorry to keep asking these. So
did Aaron freeze or was that me?
We lost him, I think.
Okay.
You're mute.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Sorry, it keeps cutting out. Hang on. If anybody else has a question, by all means, go ahead.
Hey, Chris, I got a question. When is the time frame you're going to be hearing from our staff, if you will, that they choose not to show up, if you will?
So Dr. Fuchs and I have some work to do after the board meeting yet still. And the staff will be getting all staff, not just teachers and support staff, but everybody, right. Drivers, right. Education, maintenance, food service, everybody. Will be getting an email from me tonight. They have until Friday to simply notify me in writing via email of their intent. And then they have till the 31st to provide that medical certification as well. So we give them a shorter time frame to just let us know, and then a little bit longer time frame to actually follow up with their doctor.
We have a fullback, our KA and speak unions to support this role that we're about to go into.
We've been in communication with them along the way, and based on feedback that we've gotten from both groups, I know that we're excited to work with our kids as soon as humanly possible. And obviously with some of the things that we've put in place, we've increased the comfort level of a lot of our staff. And of course, there may be some that still aren't yet fully comfortable, but of course they have all the recourses that we've just been talking about. So.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
All right, sorry, my last question. So I'm also concerned about identities of students. So we start figuring out, okay, ground zeros in this, Mrs. Jones's class, how do we protect the identity of students? We start asking, well, hey, there was a COVID case in your class today. We don't want to reveal who that was for a lot of reasons, right?
Mr. Lawler, that's the case for all of staff, especially our students and staff. We
sure,
are very careful of that, but we also know too that when we send something to parents saying that a teacher might be out for a while, and then they see that their teacher is the one that's gone for 10 days or that has been out for X amount of days, people will be able to tell some of that information. We just have to make sure that we make our communication as respectful and private as we can.
Okay. I mean, I would hate to see retaliation over something like that, but you never know what would happen, right?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. Thank you all for answering these questions.
No, thank you to all the board members for the number of questions that were asked tonight. I'm sure as people review this link and watch this link, they'll be able to gather and learn a lot of information from it. So thank you.
Any other questions?
Just out of curiosity, how many people did we have watching tonight, Tim?
171.
Yeah, 171 was the peak, but I can get more numbers tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Anything else?
After
All right.
11 o'clock.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Wait, no, we're not there yet. We're almost there. But I was gonna thank Dr. Layden and cabinet, and we had Mr. Roman as well. I mean, for putting in all the work in the plan, but there's everybody. Long meeting tonight as well. Thank you all. All right. Superintendent report. Ryan says that, Todd, you can't talk, but do you have anything to say?
The only thing that I already mentioned in part of the return to learn update, that we do have the 2 calendar updates, which would be August 12th and November 3rd. And that will come to the next board meeting. And because of the November 3rd day, we will be adding 1 day to the end of the school year. And that will be in a memo coming to the board at the July 27 meeting. That was all we had.
Great. Topics for future agendas. None, and we have no public comments. We have no executive session tonight. So Ryan, you are on.
I will make the motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everybody.